Alright. Hello everyone, I'm Dren Hatamata. Today we're having another episode of S&G, or shit, where we talk about stuff for shits and giggles. Today I got a whole slew of things between No More Heroes 3, YouTube BS, back when my wife and I were with D.O.C Gaming, games, difficulty spikes, a few awesome casual games, and various other things. And if we get done with all that, then we'll go ahead and, I guess, jump on, play a game or something. And just hang out. Make sure the chat's working. Alright. Looks good to me. Alright. So, life updates. Recently, we've been getting some health stuff taken care of. It's been a while since I've done a episode of S&G, but I've been getting my teeth looked at. We have been getting our teeth looked at. We took my wife to get her looked at for cramps and stuff. I don't want to get too much into it, but we're on our way to figuring things out, getting our health in better order, at least knowing what's going on. All the meantime, trying to maintain lively stuff. I've been working constantly lately, trying to make plenty of money and not have to worry about getting towards the end of the just before the next paycheck and wondering if I'm gonna have enough gas. Things have been a bit hectic. But just recently we actually went out with a few friends for a big birthday gig. We had a lot of fun. We went to this place called Uka, where it's basically a buffet, but you order everything that you want. So you order a few dishes. If you're still hungry, you order a few more. Everything is portioned to be fairly small, and it's pretty awesome. Went to GameStop, get our friend Splootin 3. I will always call it Splootin. You can't stop me. The game doesn't really catch my fancy, but if it catches yours, good for you. I hope you enjoy it. Then we went to a club of various things. Had a few drinks and came back. It was pretty nice. We had a good day. It was nice. We hadn't had just a general good day where just nothing bad happened during that time. It's been a while, and it's really refreshing. Oh. So, what's going on? Like I said, I've been working a lot. I've been taking lead at my job, and it's been a bit hectic. Whenever I have to work over, during one of my weekdays, I'm there till 2:30, which makes it a 12-hour day. And then if I'm working the weekends, I don't get much of a break. Luckily, I'm well compensated for it, but damn, I'd like some time off. Luckily, I have that time now, because I hate when I can't stream. One of our cats was having a few problems, so we got her looked at, our cat Zhao. We had some of her teeth removed for stomatitis, and when we got them removed, she was doing really good. She's fattened up. She was having a problem where she was not eating very much, but now she seems to be a lot better at that. But she was kind of like clipping her lip with one of her teeth, and that was starting to get infected or abscessed. So we got that taken care of by giving her a shot. She also had something where the skin on just before her tail was kind of sensitive for some reason, like it was hurting her, and the shot also dealt with that as well. So luckily, there was nothing serious there. Um, what else is going on? Uh, well, with all the overtime that I have been getting, that should be able to afford us a few more things, and maybe, just maybe, if I'm lucky enough, maybe on the next paycheck or the paycheck after that, I might try getting a graphics card so I can finally end my bitching. I always feel bad when I'm bitching about it to all my one or two people that actually watch me, my family and my friends. It's just I hate complaining about it, but it's constantly on my mind. Um, we have been playing D&D on the regular, and we finally hit our 20th session. Well, session 19, but we're including session 0 because it went right into the story. And that's on Curse of Strahd. And although it's going slower overall because we're still kind of new as far as playing D&D, but I think it's going really well. It's really fun, and I'm enjoying myself. One of the things that we are doing that we may consider is a couple of our friends made a move where they're actually a little bit closer, and with that they also have weekends off on the regular. So maybe we'll get a time where we can start incorporating them into D&D, into our group, maybe even our campaign, but I'm not sure how I'd incorporate them, but we could probably figure it out. I think I've said this on one of the other streams, but I haven't said it here. My wife and I, celebrated a solid year of being married, July 18th, where we went down to Florida and had some fun. I had gotten a nice big map that I just don't really have room for, but it's there. And I think I have a plan on how I can start fixing that up. I might just go ahead and have the whole table clear, lay it down, so that way I can just draw on it whenever I need to, and maybe streamline things a little better. With any luck. It's also got a hex grid on the back, and that's nice. I've been trying to branch out and play games a little bit more besides Minecraft. Because Minecraft was damn near about all I've been playing for months on end. And I'd like to break away from that a little bit. In fact, I've actually been, when I come home, instead of jumping on my computer, I've actually been sitting down next to my wife and playing a video game with her. Well, next to her, I guess. We haven't really been playing. We should, but I think the problem right now is controllers are a little whack. They're old hardware. Maybe there's something I can do to fix them. I don't know, but I think that's why I remember it being the problem. But yeah, I'm trying to make headway on playing games normally again, like that, instead of coming home and not accomplishing anything and just playing Minecraft. And I mean, I love Minecraft. It still relaxes me, and I still play it profusely. But it's nice to break away. Right now, we're in the middle of Mario Odyssey. That's turning into something quite interesting. Confusing, but quite interesting. I say weird because it seems like they almost every game they change the rules on how this world's working by adding these characters that change the dynamic of how a world is built. And it's just kind of making me go, huh. And I think that might be in the recent games when it comes to like since Mario Galaxy came out, where now all the things keep changing, and it's like, okay there, guy. Alright, whatever. I need to make sure I'm being heard. Let me just tap in. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah, it's good enough. It's a little... Sounds a little grainy. Not gonna lie. I'll have to work on that later, I suppose. I'll have to put that into something I can deal with later. On the thing. I don't know. It's really gonna be something that's put at the back burner. I'm really not concerned about it right now. I've got a messy goddamn desk, and I need to clean it up, and I've been procrastinating because I'm terrified of, like, oh shit, do I need this right just now? I don't know. I don't know. But I need to go through everything, make sure what I need and what I don't need, and feel a little more caught up. Actually, on that birthday thing, we got our friend a guitar, and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, because I really want to try and teach my wife and our roommate to play instruments, but I'm not sure how to go about that when it feels like time is so sparse as it is, and we all get exhausted, you know, at the end of the day, so it's really hard to find time. So, and on the weekends, we want to try and do things, so... I don't know. I have to figure something out, because I don't want them to suffer because I'm too tired, or anything like that. So... I don't know. I have to figure something out. If you have any ideas, feel free to throw them down below. Alright. I think that's enough catch up on what's going on with me and my life. Let's go ahead and jump in to our topics. So, No More Heroes 3. That's one of the games I was playing with my wife that I was really interested in. I've had it for a while and just didn't bother doing anything about it. That's part of the reason why I'm trying to play games when I come home next to my wife, so that way I can actually enjoy these games that I've had forever and not let them rot. So playing No More Heroes. My god, was it a trip. I would recommend it. It was very interesting. It ended up going batshit insane towards the end, just with all kinds of references, and it was very meme-ish in a quirky, fun way, I suppose. And I don't know. I will say that I don't like the way it worked as far as how you get from level to level, because you didn't really go through a level. There was a whole bunch of like stages that you run around town, and it's more like doing tasks and stuff. And although I liked it, I didn't get like a level that built up to a boss, and that was kind of disappointing. The story made it work, I suppose, but I wouldn't have done it that way. I would have gone ahead and fleshed out levels like they did for the other two games. Now, Travis Touchdown, the main character, he is pretty much the same. I think he's played by someone else, but you see that he's definitely aged. His brother does come into a mix, one way or another. Sylvia, you find her, she's still there, and lo and behold, there is basically another a universal tier to all this. And there is also a mini game in the game, and oh my god, it's just all over the place. Your cat Jean is grown up. None of this is spoiler territory yet. This is all stuff you find out right at the beginning. You know, when shit just goes insane. Shinobu makes a comeback that is short-lived. And there's also Charlotte, also known as Bad Girl from the second game. And she is a riot. I will say that I do like the way they fleshed out the town and the surrounding areas. It is very interesting, and they decided to create the map in the form of the star that is so a logo for the series, I guess. I didn't even realize that was like a big thing. I noticed the star, but I guess that's like the symbol for No More Heroes. Okay, whatever. Sure, I'll take it. I'll take it. All right. Let me throw in a text box real quick. I want to add a source. That way, I know what's going on. Give me just a second. I'm gonna make some edits because I want people to know what's going on. Oh my god. All right. Ooh, I've got all kinds of things. I've got all my special ones. Ooh. All right. How about... I do Pokemon. Let's dial normal. Alright, text. And right now we're talking about No More Heroes 3. I have that spelled wrong. Alright. Alright, it should be... Sure. No, we don't need that. We just need... Do we have the option for an outline? I guess not. Yeah, well. Oh, there's an outline. Can make that kind of dark. Alright. Oh, no. That's not what I'm trying to get. Ah, come on. Oh, did it just model it after the damn... Looks like it just modeled it after the, Other one. Oh, I should have done this beforehand, but whatever. What the hell? What's going on? Why is it looking like that? Why can't I choose what the box looks like? Oh my god. What the hell? I just wanted... That's not how that works. I am sorry, this is not going the way I thought it would. Why is that the case? That doesn't change. That doesn't fix my issue. What the hell? Why is it saying no data? Okay. Alright, let's delete that. Could copy the chat box. Well, no, I don't want the chat box. I want a text box. Why can't I just have text? Oh my god. Yeah, that's not... Okay, there we go. Alright. Let me see if I can get this fixed real quick. Oh, hey, Planetary Ashes. What's going on? I'm trying to fix a thing. Right now in OBS. I was talking about No More Heroes 3. Have you had a chance to play that, by the way? I am definitely curious if you have. Because it's definitely a game that I have certainly enjoyed. There we go. Now it's working. Yes, played all the way through and waiting to get it on Steam. Nice. I have had the pleasure of beating it myself. And it's definitely a game I recommend. If you haven't played the others, I would say that I would recommend holding how you feel about this one. Because I was a little less impressed with specific aspects. You know, and I was particularly curious about how can I get that? There we go. Okay. Actually, why don't I just go ahead and make that... Alright. I've also played the others as well. That would lead me to 3. Okay. Okay, so I really enjoyed the third one. I thought it was batshit insane. I very much enjoyed that. Travis is the same old lovable oaf you like. Sylvia is a terrible person, always has been. Not much you can do about that. But I do think that, that's not what I was trying to touch. Get me back to that box. There we go. No! Why are you doing that? Alright, now I need to redo that. I really didn't like that it didn't have the level system where you actually got to run through a level to get to a boss, because it really didn't give me that build-up that I love so much. So I was a little disappointed about that, if I'm being very frank. And I was also really hoping that there'd be a lot more oh no, there's something it was lacking that I can't quite put my finger on that I was really hoping for, in the sense of, like, narrative. I really hated that Shinobu was put on the back burner for almost the entire game. Where in the second one, Shinobu is an absolute badass, and you even get to play as her for a small segment. Like, that was insane. I loved it. And I really wish we could have gone back to having that. Why is that so low res? I will, however, say I loved almost every boss, and I thought the city and the map was incredibly fleshed out. On the Switch, I do think it was interesting that everything was fairly low res, because almost there's so much that wasn't important that it was very clear what was important. And I had a few glitches that I thought were really entertaining. What? Hold on, why does that change my resolution? What? Oh, I'm so confused. It doesn't make any dang sense. Wait, what? What happened to my... Oh, wrong one. If I were going to make, if I were going to make changes, what I would likely do is I would probably give it more in the sense of I would give it more in the sense of, like, what you can do or what you have for the sake of bosses. I think I would have been better affiliated if it was something less less streamlined. as much as I enjoyed all the mix of various levels and stuff and various challenges and whatnot, it didn't feel like I was going through a level. It just felt like it felt like the very bare minimum of a means to an ends. Um, and I think in a game like this, if they were going to go that route, I think they could have went with a lot more big baddies. Now, something I thought was interesting was at the end, when you're facing the bad guy, the big bad evil guy, I thought that was really well done. And I'm not sure what damn, why is that not working? That was bizarre. What I really wanted from it was something more, because I felt like there was more story. It was really confusing at first seeing this weird sequence after sequence, and then finally you get caught up with what's going on. And I was like, are we just in totally different? Did we put in the right game? I'm not even sure anymore. So you can imagine how we felt when we finally realized, okay, we are in the right game for sure. Pray tell. What is wrong with my text? Why is that low res? If I had to say more about it before I get into any spoiler territory, I would say that what they do on the outside that doesn't have anything to do with the story. You have people to interact with, tons of people to interact with. I mean, they're all composite copies, effectively, but it's just neat that it feels like a full world where the other two just felt kind of empty. The first one, you were actually able to ride around, and there was not really anything around. The second one, it didn't really give you that option, so the only time you went anywhere was fast travel. This one gives you the option to do both, and you have to go through a tunnel in order to get to certain areas. That was really interesting. Now I'm going to get into a little bit of spoiler territory if no one's got any problems with that. What the hell? Yeah, but I'll say Henry went back to his douchebag self again. Henry? Holy shit. I was really annoyed at that. Henry was an asshole. It wasn't even Henry anymore. I was like, why? Why even? You could have been great. You could have been great, and then you ruined it. You ruined it. You're just a completely different person. And also, it seems to be taken over, I guess? I don't know. It's really confusing. And I'm not sure how much I feel about it. Like, Henry, I think, was done dirty. I think he could have had a much better part of the story. And I think it would have been more interesting had it been misleading. So, and also, throughout the whole game, while we're getting into spoiler territory, why don't I just go ahead and write that down now? Just as a... There we go. There we go. That's not very... That's not how contrast works. I'll just go ahead and make it white on the outline. There we go. Good enough. Alright. So I hated that Henry's part was almost meaningless as well. Like, it was a character involvement, but it didn't really do anything for Travis, because Travis is always going to be Travis with the way he is. And with Shinobu, I'm sorry, but her hand has already been cut off before. I had a hard time thinking that she would have been down for more than 2 bosses. And that's what was really disappointing then. I think Shinobu should have had a much bigger role in all this. Besides being in a damn bed for 9 out of 10 bosses. Bad Girl was the only one that really made sense in the fact that she was traumatized after seeing her dad get slaughtered. That was sensible. She's traumatized, she needs to get over it. It takes 8 bosses before she actually gets over it. Yeah, that makes sense. I would probably be traumatized as fuck too. And Sylvia is so much more of a bitch, and honestly, I want to see more of the idea that Sylvia is actually behind a much bigger thing, and she's going to be this series end boss. I would love to see that. You've been fighting your apparent wife this whole time. That would be interesting. And much of what I would like to see more is I love that it went to such a batshit crazy direction, and the more they continue to do that, the more I think they'll keep the series alive, and no one will be able to just get bored of it. You have a mech suit almost the entire time, and that is so incredibly interesting. Who doesn't want a mech suit? We all want mech suits at some point. Mech suits with swords? Heck yeah, mech suits that turn into even bigger mech suits in space? Uh-huh. Oh yeah. And also, it's very self-aware in that it'll make fun of various things. I love that it made fun of Final Fantasy games very heavily, and I feel like there's something behind that, and I have not looked into it. But it seems like someone has beef with Square Enix, because there's a boss fight that has you fighting a guy who's like, no, we're gonna do it like this because I like those games. It's like, well, I don't like those games, I like some action. And he's like, well, we're doing it like this anyway. And you're just like, okay, I guess we're doing it like that. Well, it took me, the better part of half an hour before I realized, oh, okay, I could do something else. Because I was playing it as the RPG, the turn-based RPG, and it was just the same thing over and over and over again, and that's exactly what it was trying to make fun of. But it made you go through it, or tries to make you go through it. What was even funnier was how stupid I felt when I finally realized, oh wait, I could just attack the menus. Oh. Wish I would have known that earlier. That was, kind of insane. I really want to talk about the boss fight, and I just want to make the end boss fight. I just want to make sure everyone knows. Spoilers. If you need to click away, click away. Now, I loved how insane it was and how confusing it was. Throughout the game, it gives you hints and clues on what's probably going to happen, but then it flips the switch just a little bit to go, oh, that's what that was for. But, God, I don't even remember. So the big bad evil guy, you fight him like 4 times or 3 times, I think, or however many sequences. I can't quite remember. There's a bunch of sequences. Then you fight Damon. Fu, that's what his name is. Damn it. Fu, that's the big bad evil guy's name. Why couldn't I remember that? I'm an idiot. So you fight Fu, and the first thing is you just piss each other off royally, get in each other's face, and it's just like, yes, yes, this is what I want. And bam, right there. And I'm already expecting it to be fucking difficult, and it was, and still is. And I was playing on moderate difficulty. And then I realized, oh wait, there's another difficulty beyond, even further beyond. Well, lo and behold, when I finally beat that one, I'm like, oh, there's more sequences? Well, I can't say I didn't expect that. After I get past the first sequence, and I'm kind of like, okay, now what's it gonna be? Well, wasn't too bad. It was a little easier, in fact. Then there's like a third one, and that was even easier. Then it goes batshit insane again, and then it's another giant mech fight, and I was like, yes, I got my mech fight. But it was a credits sequence, and I was like, I still got my mech fight. Because I was really hoping for like a very yielding fight in a mech, in the giant mech suit in space. I thought it was gonna come down to that. It didn't quite, but I'm not saying I'm not complaining about it. I was having fun. And then you jump into this thing where Damon, Fu's human friend that helped him get out the initial time, somehow gets a hold of powers through the story elements. He gets a hold of this power to just kill Fu as he's leaving and weaken. And then apparently I am missing something. I have to go back and play the other games because I'm completely missed who. It seems like I should remember who Damon is. I believe he seems to be somewhere in the other game where apparently Travis punched the shit out of Damon at some point. And I don't know where it came from. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Well, I decided that Trivia strikes again. Trivia strikes again. You're wrong. Well, when it gets to that point where Damon's going absolutely nuts over this stupid vendetta, which I'm just loving, by the way, it turns into a Smash Brothers parody. I'm not even joking. It's amazing. It's hard because it doesn't control the same way, but I'm sitting here like, hell, what the fuck? The controls are a little bit different. I think this is the only one where you could legitimately jump. That was interesting. I don't remember being able to jump in the other ones. Maybe there you could, and I don't remember. Or maybe I just never used the jump. I don't know. I don't remember. No, you should have been able to jump. Now that I think about it. I probably didn't use it that much because I did a lot more dodging. No, you couldn't jump. Okay. That's what I was saying. So that's something that I thought stood out. And you can have jump attacks. You basically have a soft attack and a hard attack. Hard attack. Funny. Wordplay. You know, it was really interesting to see that the control scheme, and I'm not playing it with the Switch controllers. I'm playing it with a GameCube Pro controller thing for the Switch. So, while I have that, I have a bit more in the sense of other things you can do. There was a level up system for all your stuff that you had down into this weird base that's just out of nowhere. You have like 2 of the No More Heroes motel, and you have a friggin' pole that goes from the top floor, which is the 2nd floor, down to the basement, which is just a gigantic laboratory. Like, gigantic, relatively speaking, but still, a big-ass lab where you can level up your stuff, you can go back and fight bosses, and level up these power rings, I think. And also Shinobu's in one of these rooms, in bed. Ugh. You can also buy sushi, which I thought that was really interesting. You have a character that you can buy sushi from. You can buy sushi that you can use later, or you can buy the sushi packs that allow you certain advantages in the next fight. Whether it be a challenge or a boss. Now, I was fortunate enough that if I just fucked up, well, you don't get that big of a punishment if you just having to keep retry. Over time, if you're bad enough, and I'm not joking, there's a roulette that spins around. There's like 2 things that are negative, 1 thing that's neutral, and I think 3 things that give you boosts, and 1 is like a super boost where you go right into battle back at full health, immediately back in the same battle, or all the other ones you go back to the beginning. If you keep dying and keep losing, the roulette will slow down over time. At least for the difficulty I was on. Maybe it doesn't do that for all difficulties. I don't know. And I was just like, you insulting motherfuckers. That is some shit. I didn't expect a game to make me feel like I had a reason to call it an asshole. Like, it was almost offensive. And I'm like, what the hell? I mean, like I said, it was funny. The only point that's really bad is if you really can't beat them, you get frustrated enough that you say, I'm not going to try again. That sends you all the way back to the motel, regardless of where you're at. And I hated doing that. It really incentivized, keep trying, or you're going all the way back. Now, sometimes it was advantageous, because like, well, I gotta go back anyway and turn in my fetch quest shit. And speaking of which, you have a handful of fetch quests that I haven't completed all of them, but I completed a couple. And they generally give you 2 types of currency and sometimes materials. These currencies are basically, they're 2 different things. One buys items and the other one buys upgrades. So of course the ones with upgrades you're kind of like, oh yeah, I should probably stockpile as much as that, but of course that's the one you don't get as much of. Well, so the best way to get that is just to keep doing these challenges. And that's where it kind of comes into me being like, I kind of wish it was a little more streamlined in the sense of like having levels to fight through rather than challenges. But nevertheless, it's fun, right? It's all fun. Cool. Well, I enjoyed the way that the fetch quests were. And these fetch quests are like, you have to find 20 scorpions of various different variety. You have to plant 100 trees. And keep in mind, this is among every place on the map except Damon Tower, which is right in the middle. So you have 5 maps to go through. And that's where, like, all the things are. You have to go and comb through and figure everything out. You have to destroy Easter Island heads because they're fake. There's 5 doppelgangers, and my suspicion is that there's 1 in every area. And you have to get rid of them. And what was another one? Oh, I don't think it was a challenge necessarily, but you do have to unlock. But through a challenge, you have to unlock every toilet, because the way you save a game is by sitting your ass down and taking a big steaming shit. Fun! Well, let's see, there's the Scorpions. Oh, there's the Deathman cards. So, apparently there's a game that it introduces you at the beginning of the game called Deathman. Like, well, this all the rage thing, and then Travis and his friend and his friend's brother Bishop, who's also named Bishop, they start talking about Deathman for a little bit towards the beginning, and talking about the past or something. I think it was them. Correct me if I'm wrong. And you learn about Deathman. It even takes you through a sequence where you're playing the game or whatever. It explains, hey, no one's ever gotten past like level 99 or whatever to see where supposedly Deathman takes off his helmet and you get to see his face. Now, of me being a 2000s gamer mostly, my immediate red flag is, oh god, this is the Sonic and Tails and Smash Brothers Melee all over again. You know, you have to do this nigh impossible challenge to do something that doesn't exist. That's what I'm worried about. Oh. And though the cards themselves don't do much, the concept of Deathman is really important throughout the story. And it's pretty satisfying, by the way, when you figure out what happens. And I want you to understand, the game is very meta. Very meta. You don't want to go into this game assuming everything's going to be super realistic. No. Don't do that. You will ruin your time. With these fetch quests, on the Deathman cards, they are all over the place as well, just like anything else. To me, they're weirdly hard to find. I say weirdly because normally you can see them out on most of these things. You can see from a decent distance away. What you can't really do is easily find them all. They are very clever in the way that everything's hidden. I'm trying to remember, what did I finish first? Did I finish the Scorpions first? I think it was the Easter Island heads that I finished first. You know, they stick out of the ground or whatever. The cards are hard to find because they're on the ground and you might confuse them for something else. Not to mention there's these big circles all over the fucking place because you need to plant 100 trees for saving the environment and becoming eco-friendly. Which is something that I can agree with that. That's cool. Not sure how much it's actually gonna help, but the thought counts for something. Well, there's also these others. They're similar to fetch quests. They were interesting. I'm not sure I liked the style. Because it did, like a Metal Gear Solid style of talking to people. Socks! No! Psst! Hold on just a second. I got a cat I need to take care of. Socks. Down. Your ass swole. Socks is an ass swole. Ass swole. Asshole. Okay, back to talking about No More Heroes 3. So these have these little sequences where you're interacting with people. The first one I got was past the desert. Where was it? We're in that small town where you find the guy who keeps calling you Grandpa, and I thought he was just being a facetious asshole, by the way. But that's one where he eliminates. You get a helmet that can eliminate that can reduce something by down to 1/3. And he decides to do it to apple pie. And I'm like, you hate apple pie so much that you want to reduce your chances of running into it by 2/3. Says, could you do that to ramen? He's like, yeah. This is too much power. And I was like, can we kill him? Well, he decides that's all he wanted, and he just gives you the thing, and it's like, ah, bastard. How dare you disrespect food like that? Like, who? This is such a weird. It was just such a weird thing to want. Like, why? And at that point, I'm having to realize what game I'm questioning, by the way. Oh, yeah, that's right. I've already seen other kinds of batshit crazy things here. And if that was going to surprise... Why was that the thing that surprised me? Maybe it was the disrespect to the ramen. Don't disrespect man's ramen. Or a woman's ramen. Or the ramen's ramen. So... is there anything else that I can think... Is there any thoughts that you guys have? That you want to throw out there before I move on? It's... Like, in the end, I still recommend the game. It's very meta. It's definitely enjoyable. I think, the way it worked systematically was definitely different, but I don't think it worked as well as one might hope. I think it could have been better. In regards, I would have preferred levels like the other two, but the experimentation was definitely well warranted, and I think it worked to a advantage one way or another. So I can't blame them on what they have done. Nor will I. Now, as far as I know, this game is for Switch, and it's for Steam, I guess? I didn't know it was for Steam, but we're getting more Nintendo games that are also actually on Steam. You know, the normally Nintendo exclusive ones. That was something I didn't expect. I was kind of surprised about that. Alright. Steam one will be coming out next month. Okay. That's fair enough. That'll make it easier to stream, I imagine. I would think it would make it easier to stream when you're able to do it through a more localized system instead of hooking up other systems to your system and systematically pumping out the stuff. You know what I'm talking about, Elgato and shit. Software, hardwares, wares. Alright. Yeah, I hear you. So I would definitely recommend checking that out. I think it's, I believe it's, 60, 70 bucks US. 60 pounds UK. Something like that. So, I don't know how much it's going to be on Steam when it gets there. Get a chance, check it out. Now, I really want to get into YouTube's bullshit. Now, we've all experienced, or at least seen the experiences of, someone who has to deal with YouTube bullshit. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about, unfair strikes. We're talking about, claims with no bass that are just the automatic, and dealing with YouTube on that end saying, oh, well, this needs to be fixed, and not listening to its creators, even some of the big ones. Because apparently, if you have less than 1 million, you might as well not exist in YouTube's regards, or like under 500,000 or something like that. And this is coming from someone that has less than 300. So, I've been trying to keep up with a few things, and I just want to put a reminder out there for one of the strikes that Markiplier was vaguely involved with, where someone got struck because of violence in their content, and it was a do try not to laugh challenge, I believe, and it had the thing where like a whole bunch of mascots went out and beat the shit out of someone, but Mark didn't get tagged, and a lot of other people didn't get tagged, but this one guy does get tagged that they know, and he's like, whoa, hold up. How come the original video is still up and not, struck? And all these other people have reacted to it, which is the same thing I'm doing, but none of them are struck. I'm struck. And this is where we get, Markiplier being the golden boy of YouTube, YouTube's golden boy. And I theorize that although Mark was probably taking advantage of it when he can, when necessary, he probably hates that. I can only guess. But, he brought that up and brought Markiplier into it because, oh no, fair is fair. Where's my strike, YouTube? And then they gave him a strike, and then they took all of them away. So YouTube, what's the deal? What's going on? I think something about that has been rectified. I'm not sure. But it brings me into the idea of unfair strikes. Now, I've been fortunate enough that because I'm so low on the totem pole, I probably won't get struck with anything unless it's very blatant. I don't even have monetization status, which is going to be something else we'll talk about later. So, I'm not making YouTube any money, so I could probably do almost anything I want. Given the opportunity. I could probably say almost anything I want. And very little of that kind of terrible content like that would actually get struck, as far as I know. Now, something's wrong when you see someone get struck for, like, say, a game that we all want to play and stream, or episodically. One person gets struck for that game because of the content in it. But these other 3 people don't get struck. And you're wondering, okay, why? And by the way, I'm not talking about claims. Claims are something that are I think are easier to fight in some regard. I've had a few claims that I've dealt with and appealed. Mainly because, like, one was Super Metroid, and the guy auto-claimed me because he's like, oh, it's part of my song, and I'm like, I listened to the song, and it was a decent song. I'll give him that, but he used the game music in the song. And I'm like, but I'm playing the original game. You can't claim the games. If anything, it should be Nintendo. At that point. That was Super Metroid. Yeah. But of course I sent back an appeal, and I was like, no, I'm actually playing the game. It's not your music. It's the place you got your music from. They're like, okay, yeah, and they took it off. But a strike apparently doesn't work the way you'd think it would, at least from what I've been seeing from a few other people. Apparently, if you get struck, they might not give you a timestamp or anything specific to tell you what you did wrong. You are expected to look through your own content to know what's wrong. Now, what happens when you go through it? You read the community guidelines over and over and over again, and you're like, hold on, there's nothing in here that's strike-worthy. What the fuck? Okay. So, Cyrus the Skeptic is one of the people that I've been keeping up with in this regard. He's been getting strikes for misinformation. Okay, cool. What's the misinformation? He has gone back and forth about 3 or 4 calls in regards to talking to YouTube. And each call, he went ahead and got a copy of the transcripts. Which, by the way, good on him. If you run into these situations, keep a transcript if you can. But he went back and forth and back and forth and basically, it was this weird runaround where it just kept saying, please review your video and review the YouTube guidelines on misinformation. You won't tell me the misinformation or give me a timestamp. The big thing was give me a timestamp. He wanted to know what was the actual problem, and they would not give him an answer. Why wouldn't they give him an answer? Instead, they go, well, we don't have the ability to do that. That would be higher up on some other people who are have the administrative ability to do that. But we ourselves, we can't give you a timestamp. But you expect me to accept a strike that takes me down for a whole week and takes away however much revenue I might be getting from that, and I'm just supposed to sit here and lie back. You're good. I'm just supposed to sit here, lie back, and take it up the ass. No, YouTube. YouTube's gotta do better. The problem I have right now, in regards to YouTube, is that we, as small creators, this is what we have to look forward to. And it's terrifying. You know, if I get to the point where I'm up at their levels, and I'm gonna have to deal with this at some point, and it might be something stupid, but if I'm getting a strike, I need to know where the thing you say I did is. Because it could be as simple as cutting that out, and now it's fine. Strike removed after appeal. Okay, that's how you fix it. But they're not giving you a timestamp? No. It should work just like a claim, where they have to make a timestamp on where they think their music is, or where their content is in that regard. So, I don't understand. And this is amongst all the things that I already don't understand in regards to YouTube. You know, we're sitting here having to look at everything. And how many times have you seen big YouTubers saying, we need to talk about what's going on with YouTube? There's so many of them. YouTube has plenty of... Now, don't get me wrong, I love YouTube. I love YouTube. But damn it, it needs to do better. Because those creators aren't always going to be around. And it's almost like they're oblivious of that. And that worries me. The fact that I'm worried should be something that they realize is a bad thing. Where are we gonna go? You know, we are at the dismay of everything here. I don't want to get to that point where all our favorite YouTubers are basically retiring. Because one day that's going to happen. We know it's gonna happen. And what's YouTube gonna do? They're gonna have to be real careful about their golden boys, because give it 10 years. Maybe even 5. Depending on the people. All your original big YouTubers from back in the, when was it? 2007? Since then? It's been about a decade and a half now. I mean, YouTube is like maybe 15 years, I forget. It's 2020. Huh. 2005. It was made in 2005. So a decade and a half. And here in about 4 more years, 3 more years, it's going to be 20 years of YouTube. That's, not only is that going to be important, but for some people, for some of the people that made their living on it, they might just retire. They might say, you know what? I've had it good. I'm gonna do the minimalistic thing and enjoy my life otherwise. So they'll take they'll take down their schedules and post less frequently, and they might stream more. You know, all right, I want to play this game, and I'll let people join in by playing it on Twitch or something, because Twitch seems to be a better streaming service, but I have yet to go on there. Mainly because I haven't put forth the effort. That's a whole nother conversation. So, what happens when these people are actually able to retire from being a YouTuber? You know, they're 1099 people. Because that's what form you're gonna have in regards to your income, is a 1099. You know, this is... You when you start getting that, that's your income, that is your workplace environment. And to have to work with that, with the idea that you can get a bunch of unfair channel strikes and it might ruin you. Now keep in mind, Sir's the Skeptic, he's under 50,000. He's under 50,000, and he's getting this bullshit. And he can't get a solid contact. A lot of that has to do with the size of his channel. He's still a fairly small channel in this regard, because he doesn't have anyone that can represent him. He's sitting there having to be the one that argues and argues. He doesn't have anyone to pay to say, hey, you are going to represent me whenever I need to talk with YouTube about certain specific topics, like this. He can't do that. I can't do that. Most of my YouTube friends locally can't do that. So of course it's terrifying to hear that if we do get to that point, even as low as 50,000, this could be an incredibly annoying problem. Do you see where the issues lie? Because I do and I don't. What's her name? Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube? Whatever the fuck, Susan. She... I don't know how much influence she has, but it seems like there's a lot she's been screwing up. At least in my opinion. Merging with Google, okay, sure. Let him have that. Because that was probably a smart decision. I don't know. But this... strikes are so important because they can delete your channel with strikes. And it's kind of like if you're at your workplace, and even though you do your due diligence, you do something specific, even though it's not really a bad thing and it's well within the guidelines, they want to find something remotely close to write you up on. So your manager writes you up on something that just barely skirts a good reason. Just so that way they can go ahead and write you up and start making a paper trail. This is what I think is happening to a lot of YouTubers. Because it's not just Sir, it's not just the guy that was dealing with Markiplier, it's not just that black dude that recently that people have been talking about. I don't know him. I don't watch his channel myself. This is all things I've been watching other people look at. But we're small YouTubers, and this is what we're looking at. This is going to drive certain people away because they want to stay small. They don't want to make YouTube money. They want to just stay where they can just chat with their friends or whatever, or maybe not even do it at all. But there's also the drive fighting. Well, if I want more people, I need to do more things. I gotta get up there. But that's going to put me in more of that same risk. Because you put out thousands of videos or something, or hours and hours of video worth, and it can be taken away from you right off your feet. And that's terrifying. And horribly unfair. For something you have no control over. Oh. Well. That manager starts a paper trail. This is what it feels like they're doing. YouTube's starting paper trails on people that this kind of skirts. That's why I'm wondering if there is some form of attack. Why did I mention that the one of these dudes was a black dude? Because I think that does play some semblance into it. Because people who talked about the same thing did not get struck, but he did. Now, I can't guarantee this. I can't say yay or nay because I don't fully know, and I'm not on a side that's going to experience that right now. I don't know. But this is one of the things that, as content creators, we should be looking to change. So this brings me to a topic that I think is surprisingly important, to be honest, because I never thought it was that important until I started really thinking about it. YouTube surveys. If you've made content and you have YouTube Studio and you've jumped on, you've probably seen where, hey, YouTube's got a survey going on right now about the things you think about YouTube and how you use it. Fill out those surveys exactly how you feel. In fact, fill out for every single problem you think is there. I didn't go as hard. I went harder than I normally did, but I should have went harder on when I did my survey this year. This is how we as creators need to make these changes. Now, there are millions of us, and I am very low on that totem pole. So, who am I? I'm not shit. I'm talking about this stuff with very little influence, but maybe, just maybe, we can start spreading that word. These surveys be brutal. There are things that have got to change, because people are going to go the path of least resistance, especially in a situation where the resistance is incredibly high. You know, you're talking about 2 mega ohms versus 200 ohms, if you will. Now, tell me that you want these changes. Now, like I said, being small, we probably won't experience it until we actually get, like, what, above 10,000 maybe? And I am very far away from that. But it does terrify me. And I don't want that for myself. I don't want that for my friends. I don't want that for any other YouTuber that I look up to. YouTuber or content creator that I look up to. And when they start retiring, we might be left holding the bill. And they're going to do what they can to help, but YouTube's still going to have its problems. Because even they have problems getting it through sometimes. Even Mark's had problems trying to explain, hey, this isn't how that works, by your own damn rules. Oh, okay, you know. Markiplier's Golden Boy status, to me, is a lot like the Matt Mercer effect to Matt Mercer. It's one of those things that seems to be a bad thing, whether they take advantage of it or not, and they seem to hate that status, or the fact that that's a thing that exists. And I don't blame them. I'm not sure I'd want the idea of being a golden boy. I would be protected, but that would mean I'm getting this form of favoritism over other people that I wouldn't say don't give me the favor, don't put me on, don't do the things for me. I'm saying do the things for me like you do the things with other people as you do with me. Bring them up. Don't bring anyone down, because if you bring me down, you'll have to bring a whole bunch of other people down as well, and they don't deserve that either. And I look at these things. I look hard at these things because I want to know how YouTube functions when it comes to these things. I want to know how to deal with these as far before I get as I want to get as big of a head start on dealing with this as I can. I don't want anyone that I know to have to deal with this alone, because a lot of people are alone. I don't know completely about Sir Skeptic's situation. If he's completely alone in regards to arguing, I think he has a few people he can lean on to try and say something. But I really don't know. So, well, what's your thoughts on that? I'm curious. You know, coming from the bottom looking up, rather than outside the window looking in. We're at the bottom looking up, most of us. Then you're also talking about someone filing lots of claims and false claiming everything. To hear that going sideways is not going good. Yeah. And that, even if we're in a position where we probably won't be affected, even if we made a legitimate career, even if we weren't being affected, other people might. Only based on the type of content that normally would be okay, but some people get hit and other people don't. And even though it says, well, it seems people are actually reviewing it, apparently not. You know, when you really get down to it, if you're getting a runaround, then I don't think so. I don't think we're getting what they're telling us we're getting. I would really like to see the change. So when you do those YouTube surveys, come down hard on YouTube. Like, if you see it, you look around, you look at any YouTubers that are talking about YouTube and the shit that's wrong with it, go in heavy. That's what I recommend. I should have went in heavier than I did. Because if we want things to get better, that might be the best way from our points anyway. You know, for example, monetization status seems to be this double-edged sword, right? We have to hit 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. And that seems really fair. But that is a hard to hit point. And we want monetization, not necessarily because we start making money at that point, because you aren't going to make a damn dime. You know, you're not making a pence off that. What you're wanting is to get that boost in algorithm. Once you hit monetization status, everyone, at least as far as I've seen, gets a bit of a pep in there, a little boost in their algorithm, where, oh, not only did they hit 1,000, they also jumped up a bit. And I think heavily about monetization status a lot. Perhaps you could even argue I might be a little obsessed with it, but I'm obsessed with it out of sheer curiosity. I want to know how the monetization works. I want to see it in action. I want to see point for point what it does, how it does. So, in fact, let's go ahead and why don't I bring up my analytics? Let's take a let me jump in that debate. Oh? Give me just a minute. Let me... Alright. Okay. Let's... Alright, come on. Alright, which one is that gonna hit? Just trying to bring it up. Capture this window. Damn. I mean, if you want to hop on, I can bring you on. I can definitely do that. I would be happy to have you on. I'll be taking a break here in about half an hour. What's it? Sure thing. Okay. Alright, am I gonna have to source that, or am I able to get that from audio? Desktop audio. Let me go ahead and pause that. Okay. Go ahead and let me know when you're ready. The hell? Oh. That's not the one. Ready? Move, cursor! Oh, boy. This is what I get for trying to do too much at once. There's just another reason on why I complain about this stuff all the time. Give me just a moment. I gotta... Okay. Oh, don't give me this shit. Give me a second. I gotta... Come on. Oh. I just want to cancel this. Can I cancel? You won't let me cancel? There we go. Oh, God. Why? You're killing me, Smalls. What the hell? Okay. Okay. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. Gone. Whatever. All right. All right, with any luck, let me go ahead and throw you the call.
Right.
Hey.
So,
All right, let me just make sure you're actually being heard.
yeah, all right.
All right, okay, cool.
Yeah. So, let's hear about it. Let's actually hear about YouTube, of the YouTube bullshit. Because
Hey,
hey
Dragogo's
Joel
here.
Gogo. Yeah. So I'll actually talk about this as well due to the fact that I I think it might have been here a little bit longer. But yeah, the the algorithm and the bullshit that YouTube has actually gone through, the amount of changes have the amount of changes has gone through, it actually did it actually did send me back or like away from YouTube for a very long time. Just the fact of the amount of how could I put it this way? The amount of trollers and people who are copyright claiming for the wrong reasons, and the amount of drama that has been happening over the years, it makes me. It actually did send me off from YouTube for a bit because of that kind of bullshit that has been happening. And I can tell you this: Twitch is alright, but Twitch is not far from better, to be honest, Dren.
Oh, Drago says, I can't really hear you guys.
Uh,
Let me see if I can't fix that. I'll try it that way too. All right. So I don't know which one you're coming from, whether it's desktop audio or audio output capture, but I have both of them. I can whenever you talk, I see that on both of them.
yeah. Or, Joel Gogo, did you leave us on mute?
Oh yeah, you didn't mute again, did you?
Probably might be the case.
I've done it before. I'm definitely guilty of that. So
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
yeah,
So
yeah. So let us know if there's any more audio problems. Let us know that you can still hear us well enough.
yeah, let's if he can hear us, then that's fine. Um, but yeah, the topic that you said about the YouTube bullshit, you're actually quite accurate there of that kind of debate, Dren. Like the amount of false copyrights and trolling that goes on from there is just yeah. So
Okay,
Jogo
cool,
can hear us. Yeah, awesome.
awesome.
So also, as you were saying about the algorithm as well, I believe you actually mentioned that, Dren. The algorithm is also a little bit far fetched at some point as well. It's a little bit of a
Yeah,
hit and miss.
yeah. If you get a strike or you don't have any monetization status, you have crap, absolute shit algorithm. Like, because how many times have you been sitting at a point where you are just ever so super stagnant where you're at, and it's just like, okay, I'm doing all the things right that's recommended, and this
Yeah,
this wouldn't be the case for me because I'm not putting forth as much effort because of dealing with life stuff, so I'm doing other things. But
yeah,
I've seen other people put in incredible amounts of effort only to just be in one spot regardless of what good they do.
Oh yeah, now that I can actually relate to. Because throughout my 10 years of doing YouTube, from 2012 to up to now, I have actually been stagnant for good, I think a good 7 years, in a
Ooh.
matter of fact. So so I have been stagnant for a good 7 years, and by the time I jumped onto Twitch, everything starts to build up, start going my way. It's just like, right, sure, yeah, telling me this that I should be doing Twitch and then drag you guys to my way, or do I have to actually try a different kind of format to actually do a little bit more better? Which, funny enough, the game takes are actually doing far more better than me doing gameplays at the moment, which I find that a little bit odd.
You know, something has me a bit curious. You have so people there's a lot of people who have both YouTube and Twitch, and they post various on YouTube and generally stream on Twitch. Seems to be the what most people do. I'm
Mhm.
wondering if, because these are two separate companies that are competing, I'm wondering,
Yes,
but Google has their hands in both of them. So I'm
yes.
wondering if, because of that, they have some semblance of access in which they can be like, oh, wait, they're going to Twitch now? Oh, that means let me give them a quick boost on YouTube.
It's
Or,
not. It's not only. It's not. Sorry, let me cut you off
go
there.
ahead.
It's not only Google that owns Twitch as well. It's also yet Amazon Prime that's also owning Twitch as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Uh, so yeah, it is something like that. I think it might be that kind of part and parcel when it comes to Twitch, and people just see you doing on Twitch and then just go to YouTube and see what you do. It's kind of that kind. It's something like that, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. The biggest problem I have with this is that we, as small YouTubers,
Mm.
we are granite level YouTubers.
Mm.
Granite and opal. We are so low on the totem pole that we might not even be able to touch any conversation with an actual YouTube representative.
Yeah, and then there's some YouTubers who are in the middle, like the friends that we know who were at our level, like in the thousands, the hundreds. Now they're reaching up to sky highs, up to like the 100,000s and 20,000s. Last time I checked, and
Yeah.
you start to wonder, have they forgotten us, or do they still remember us and just try to talk to us on their own term? It's that kind of thing when you start to realize that you have, like, the friends you have actually created when you were down at the bottom of the totem pole, and when you start to realize that they're growing up, like they're growing and you're not, you start to think, will they still remember us? That kind of stuff.
Well, I think that with when you start growing, I think YouTube incentivizes you to be um with your own uh it really groups out things, and it's almost, I guess, classist in a way, where if you group with someone who's lower, it takes you down. If they group with you, it's taking them down. Like if you're the lower one. But most people, that's what they want to try and do, is boost up the small guys. Because I've
Mm.
seen tons of people want to do that, but apparently it's one of those things that I don't blame someone for little to no contact with me or whatever. I haven't put that much effort myself. You've probably
Mm.
you yourself have probably put a lot more effort. Jorgogo's probably put a lot more effort than I have, as far as like
Mm.
maintaining conversations in various people's discords or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the way that YouTube seems to incentivize is, all right, you're above 10,000. That means that's about the people you want to collaborate and talk with,
Yeah.
or else it might be negative on your algorithm, which
Yeah, but
is just kind of a shitty thing on YouTube's regard.
Yeah, that's the thing though. It shouldn't be like that. Like you should be able to talk to people, like talk to you, like other YouTubers that are lower, like that are lower than you. And if you had, actually a good example, some with Johnny and one other dude who was at the thousands. Like, I'm not sure if you have heard of this. That guy actually managed to reach out to either Johnny or him. Actually, reached out to one another to do a collab video on Castle Crashers, the fun game that they did on that particular review. He actually went up. He like both some call me Johnny and that guy actually went up. They didn't bring each other down. They both went up, other than doing the opposite.
That's interesting. I wonder. See, I wonder if there might be a line, or if there's just no pattern that we can see, at least as
Yeah.
of right now. Because um, I remember, like, especially in the earlier days, like you said, like 2012 or whatever. I That was about when Jacksepticeye started really hitting his rays whenever PewDiePie shouted him out, and I think back then it was almost always going to be a positive thing if someone shouted you out or someone collaborated with you that was way higher than you
Yeah.
and they benefited from it too. Whereas I'm not sure that's the case now, but
Mm.
I
I, I
go ahead.
I think another that's also the year that Markiplier started as well. He started at
That's right.
2012. Yeah. So both Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, and then there's me who started in 2012. But those two managed to do something so right, and they actually skyrocketed to the top very well. Like that is pretty neat. But yeah, back in 2012, and I think it was at the early 2014, I think it was. That's when people started to do those kind of shout outs, like shout out Sundays, and I can't remember where.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And that stuff became rampant at some point.
Yeah, and
Uh,
think I think there's one person that is still doing this to this day. Just can't remember what his name is. Oh, yeah, that's right. Runny Eggs. Runny Eggs actually still does the shout outs up to today. Yeah.
I know. So basically, my shameless advertising series, that's basically what it is. It's a shout out series. But you know how, and it was mostly because when I started seeing shout outs, it was these really small, like 10-second things with a PNG of like their channel and their description and stuff like that. Real quick description. They'd have like three or four of them there, and the idea, I think at the time, after analyzing it a bit, was the more of those people I boost, the more cross promotion I get because they should boost me.
Hmm.
But that's not necessarily the case because, for one thing, I don't want to expect anyone I shout out to feel like they have to shout me out,
Hmm.
especially if I'm bigger. There's no reason for them to shout me out.
Yeah. Yeah. That's understandable, and I think going to what you did with the what was it? Shameless. What you called it again? Shameless.
Shameless advertising.
Shameless advertising. There was actually one one YouTuber that does that actually does do like what you do. I think that channel was called channel trailers, and they were there around 2014 or 2015, and they actually do like trailers based off like movies on particular YouTubers. It's pretty much like their shout out, like saying, "Hey, come have a look at this. Like, come check this channel out." It was well made, like very well made, and actually tell you to go, but like go to that channel, and they actually put in a lot details into it to get that person to get that kind of subscribers. And I
Yeah.
think of it, yeah. But now I think of it, you're just getting subscribers. You're not getting the actual subscribers that you were after. You pretty much were getting empty subscribers, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. So that was another thing. I haven't
Mm.
touched on that yet, but basically one of the problems I found, and this is the same, it's a very similar problem to the sub for sub problem,
Oh
where
yeah.
you say, all right, all my followers need to go ahead and follow them, but you'll only get maybe 10 or 15 of those people that might actually stay at a time.
Yeah.
And the reason is because they're just told to go ahead and subscribe, but they don't actually know any of their content, and then they never look at it or something like that. Whereas if from a point where like you're just keeping up with friends, even if you don't watch them, you're keeping up with them because you like seeing that they're still making content, and they're like, okay, what's going on? They're not making content. Maybe you want to check on them or something like that, or something like that. Like make sure that if you're subscribed to someone, there's a reason for it, even if you don't necessarily watch them. But if you don't watch them, you don't keep up with them, it's just ghost. It's a ghost,
Yeah.
and it inflates your numbers to a point where there's no use for it.
Oh, yeah. Allow me to touch on that as well. The same thing goes with Twitch as well. Twitch actually has that kind of feature called the raid feature. And like, everyone goes to that one particular channel and like that one particular
Yeah,
streamer, and then and then almost everyone actually watches it, but then they just leave about a good 10 seconds to a good 30 minutes, depending on the person's span or span of being interested of the particular
right,
streamer that that they rated. And then if they actually enjoyed it, they get a follow, and then there's people that do ghost follows as well. And I think I, for one, I can actually relate to that because I tend to do that sometimes, but not because but I don't actually do it intentionally. I do it because I don't do it intentionally. It's because I can't even do it because there's a lot of streamers to watch, and
right,
I got
right.
my own things to do. Yeah.
There's more hours of content on between YouTube and Twitch than there are days, or than there are hours that of the known existing universe, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I I
Mm.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's just millions of years, maybe. I don't remember, but it's something like that. Like it's ridiculous. There's no single person that would ever be able to watch everything. But
No.
even if they start from birth and they live to 120, it'd still be a tiny grain of sand to the universe in equivalent or something like that, I think. So correct me if I'm wrong. But you have shit, I lost my train of thought. um there's only so much content that you have that you can
Hmm.
watch. So you have like all your friends who are content creators, and then you have all the content creators that you like to watch already. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to subscribe to all my friends, but you might not necessarily watch them all because
Hmm.
you're watching the other content that you already normally consume. And then you like might get hit a video here and there of those other channels, but there might be like 12 or 20 of them. But
Hmm.
you watch two between all of them, like two videos between all of them at a time,
Hmm.
a day
Hmm.
or a week or something. Uh,
Yeah.
so it's like at least have some other purpose to be subscribed to them, so that way you're not seeing like this inflated thing. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm subscribed to a bunch of people because I love seeing that they're still making content.
Hmm.
And that's why I want to keep up with is that okay, cool, they are still making content.
Yeah. That's the same thing with me. I actually do subscribe to them because they still keep making the content they they actually love and enjoy doing. Uh, like you see them like being more joyful, more happy to do what they want to do. To be honest, and then you actually see some of the YouTubers, like the YouTubers that we actually know, not personally, but by status, end up actually being like dropped out on the face of the earth. Like you don't see them anymore on YouTube. It's like,
Yeah. Um See, that's one of the reasons why I try to maintain streaming once a week, is because even though I'm not making any edited content, I
hmm.
still want to show, hey, I'm still here, I'm still doing things, as long as perpetuating my algorithm.
Yeah, that's the same thing goes with me with my streaming as well. Though I stream on Twitch, I do let them know that, like, yeah, I'm alive, but still making videos, but just it's gonna take a lot longer than you expected. Like, it's not a rush job, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah.
And because anything we edit, the idea is we want to be really awesome, or at the
Hmm.
very least, no, they know we put some effort towards it, or the effort that we wanted towards it.
Yeah.
Whereas,
Yeah.
because, well, let's face it, one of the things that I appreciate the new monetization requirements is that it is a double-edged sword. It really sucks for us because you really have to climb to get up there,
Uh,
but it's taken down so much watered down content. Because I'm sure you're familiar in the early days of YouTube where clickbait was incessant. Basically, back when it was based on clicks instead of watch time.
yeah.
So, I think the example that was always given to me was it was like a video about cooking, but it was just like some girl jumping with her boobs jiggling, and that was the whole video.
Um,
I think that was the
yeah.
example I was always given. And so they changed that. Well, with the monetization status, people who aren't putting in very much effort, for the most part, I'm not saying they're not getting through, uh, but those who aren't putting in that much effort, for the most part, they're not getting there.
Hmm.
They're not going to get there.
Hmm.
And once you do hit that monetization status, you get that algorithm boost, and hopefully from there it'll kind of jumpstart um, your algorithm at that point. Because oftentimes, like I've been sitting here at about 280 subscribers,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
maybe about 20 hours a week or something
20
like
hours.
that. I'm trying. I
20
can't.
hours of
Uh,
noise.
Let me check. So a month, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 22.7 hours the last 28 days,
Mm.
and about 278 views. And
Yeah.
that seems to be where I'm pretty consistent as of right now,
Mm.
and that's pretty much what it is just the whole time.
Yeah. Let me have a look. I think the most recent. I think the most time I put in for my videos, and the most recent one I think most people have seen. You can actually see the amount of effort that has put in. Was the most recent of the Planetary throwback was the game take on Super IndyCar, and you can actually it took that video took me a good month, like a good solid month to actually make that video, and you kind of do feel it, let's actually compare, like not compare competitively, but the amount of effort that we have actually put in like over the years with the most recent videos we have actually put together. Like if I remember a good example, um Joel Gogo and his videos, like we have seen the amount of effort that he has put in his
Yeah,
video.
I've actually been there to see what. what his editing looks like from his computer.
Like,
And yeah, I've seen I've seen like how much he's doing, all these little tidbits, how many layers of stuff he has. I mean, he has that warehouse background, and it's like 8 different layers of stuff, along with everything that he already draws.
yeah, that kind of amount of effort that he had put in, like, I wonder if John Gogo is still here. Can you actually tell us how long it took you to actually put your stuff together? Because I'm actually quite curious, to be honest. What about you, Dran? Like, you actually you still make video. What about your most recent video? How long did that actually take you to actually do
Well, I have in regards to editing, I have long form and short form editing styles.
it? Mm-hmm.
And for the creepypasta and the gaming, that doesn't take me too long. But
Mm.
when I do something like a discussion video,
Mm-hmm.
that can take me several hours depending on what I have to do. When I edit on those, I'm editing for a ton of frames over time. So I'm swapping out everything, and I'm giving everything a little bit of a bounce and
Mm.
trying to fit in gags and stuff like that. Uh, so the shameless advertising that I did for Sega Head, it was an 8.5 minute video, I believe, or 8 and 50 seconds or something like that. And
Mm-hmm.
it took me a very solid 20 hours worth of editing. And that was like really hitting it hard because
Mm.
that was when he was getting ready to jump back on YouTube, and I was like, oh no, I really wanted to finish my video before he did anything like that because I didn't think it was coming back like that. So so I'm sitting here trying to rush. So like for the week straight before I went to work and after I got home, it was just hitting it for like a solid week. And that was like
Mm.
4 hours each time
Mm.
until like that Thursday or Friday morning. And then I finally
It,
got it and I got to where I could go ahead and upload it.
mm. Here we go. I think we got a comment back
Okay.
from Joel Gogo. It usually takes me a good week or two, but animating certain scenes widens the gap even further now. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he's doing the animation thing. So he was doing the thing where it was flipping between different poses, but now he's doing the thing where he has software that can make things look animated.
So he's actually tweening the animation to make the hand movements, the arm
Yeah,
movements, the mouth, everything. Yeah,
yeah. You can
like
check
that's
out his latest. I think his latest game takes in for Cyberpunk 2077. I think he did a bunch of that in those.
uh yeah, actually I haven't missed a single episode of that one. It actually does make me giggle, especially with the yeah, especially with the good example, like the good comedy factor of Ellie and Tux. I think like looking at uh, the drawing of Ellie that Joel Gogo did for Cyberpunk, I'm pretty sure it took a lot longer than like about a week or two. Oh no, Neo Automata is a really good one too. Yeah. So I I'll actually throw my one in like the video that the most recent one was Super Indie Card, and the next one is about to be Vormatorium. The amount, like, it does take me about a week or so. Like, the editing takes a week, but to actually process the video in its entire form, it takes a month. Like, you have the script writing, you have the audio, and then you have the editing. The editing is what was the most difficult part, like the challenge for myself, because not only are you trying to spice things up, like, well, not spice it up a little bit too much, but keep it like entertaining a little bit, by learning how to do crosscuts, like crosscut videos, or crosscut transition and that all kind of stuff. And then when you actually do put the video up and you like good, like I don't know if people still do this to this, if some content creators still do it to this day when they're still in them small stage. You kind of feel a little bit let down, like the amount of effort that you actually put in for the video. Like you're saying, yes, I have
Yeah.
done this, but you're worried that you're not getting enough attraction to it.
Yeah, I mean, how disheartening is it when you put in tons of effort for something and nothing happens with it? You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we're all getting that situation. I mean, Jorgogo right now is sitting at 323, and he's been there for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he's been doing a bunch of other stuff as well.
Yeah.
But
I yeah. As you were saying, Dren, you're at somewhere at the mid 200s, correct?
yeah, I'm at 280.
280.
Yeah, right now. I've been stagnant there, where I get like 2 or 3 subscribers up, and then they go back down repeatedly.
Yeah, that was the same spiel with me. Like I was actually stagnant for like at the 600 mark, then boosted up to 800 subscribers because of Twitch. Now it's going back to stagnant again, like staying at the 800 mark, and either it's going up or going down at some point. It just, yeah, like I think that's a problem with YouTube's now these days. Like, not everyone can read minds and understand the algorithm very well. It's one of those things like you throw a dart in the dark and you hope it hits something, and somewhere
Yeah,
along the line you can miss it like along the way.
yeah, and I mean, and then you add in all the all the bullshit that those YouTubers who have gotten that far, you add in all that stuff, and that's what we have to look forward to when we get to that point.
Hmm.
And that
Yeah.
and that's part of what makes it terrifying, which is why I was hitting so hard on like strikes and stuff. What are we supposed to do? When we get to that point, and that's why like I was urging when you do those YouTube surveys, and if
Yeah.
you and I imagine Twitch does surveys too.
Yeah, they actually do. They
Yeah.
actually do surveys as well.
So yeah, when you get those, just come down hard. Like, don't relent. Just go ahead and take it take it down. Just, this is the shit that I don't like. This is how I think you can fix it. Uh like, I guess the biggest thing is YouTube and Twitch, they've got to be transparent. They are not very transparent. Like, the example with Cirrus is they said he had misinformation, but they would not give him a timestamp for that, what that
Oh,
misinformation was. So what's the point of telling me, I'm giving misinformation if you're not going to tell me what that misinformation is, right?
yeah, yeah. That's a problem with the copyright strike. And then there's also a problem when you do actually get a copyright strike and you're trying to uh like get rid of the claim. Is I don't know, like there's some people who are somewhat petty
Yeah.
and they
Well,
will actually do something to hurt you, like
yeah.
dogs to
Yeah.
be exact.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. One of the things I've seen is a good example is Onision, where he'll mass flag a whole bunch of people for using his videos in their content, even though they are well within the terms of service.
Who'd have thought we'd be talking about Onision? Fucking hell, he's a whack. Fucking hell, he's a whack job.
I know. Um, but he's just a great example of a terrible person. Yeah, he's a great example of a terrible person. So
Yeah, he is a very good example of a terrible person, and fucking hell, he definitely deserved to not be on YouTube. But he's still here, like he's still causing the issue a lot. Oh god.
Yeah, it's and it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating because you get these people who will do that, and it's not just a Nissan. Keemstar's done it too.
Yeah,
Like,
Keemstar has done it too. I think one other person who's part of the FGC who has actually done it as well. Low Tier God, who I think he went after King Juice, I think it was, or Juice.
was is that the guy they're talking about recently who got strikes for something that other people have been doing?
What the June's Key Juice King, was it? I
Yeah,
can't
King
remember.
Juice
King Juice,
or
yeah.
whatever his name is. It because I remember. I don't remember the name, but it was some black dude who was getting this strike for something in his videos that other people were doing videos of, but no one else was getting strikes for some reason.
E- oh, that's a good question. I don't know if
If
that's
that's
the
the
same
same
guy.
guy, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he would be. I think he would have been the same guy, like low tier, like that guy who goes by the name of low tier god is the one that actually attacked King Juice.
All right,
Yes, yeah. So it might be him, or it could be someone else that I can't remember. But bloody hell, there's so many people that does stupid copyright claims for no apparent reason.
right.
To be honest, yeah. Um, but another thing that actually irks me a bit, like you got people who actually needs to be kicked off from YouTube to be exact, like the ones that does cause actual damage to YouTube and the community as well. But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
won't go
Um,
into more details from that one.
yeah. Because people that are, and it mostly has to do with enabling certain behaviors, right?
Yeah.
Like that tends to be what happens with YouTube. YouTube is not transparent, and what ends up happening is you get people who are getting a different treatment than other people under the same circumstances. And
Mm.
when you start enabling that behavior and then saying, no, but you can't do that, and this is before you even looked into, well, is it part of the terms of service? Does it violate anything? You're already showing that that YouTube is not willing to put in the effort to actually do that. And then you supposedly have people that are supposed to be physically looking at this, like actual people, but then you get like a Cyrus the Skeptic situation where he's talked with 3 or 4 different supposed YouTube representatives or something
Mm.
like that, or people to talk about his channel strike, about the misinformation, and all of them sounded basically the same because he pulled up the transcripts for him,
Yeah.
and they sound the same. They basically gave it, and all they kept doing was rerouting him back to the terms of service and saying that he had to look through it so that way he would know better. But again, they would not give him a timestamp so that way he could go, oh, that's specifically what I did wrong. But he combed through his video and didn't see anything. So that's where the contention is. It's like one of those things where it's saying, for me, but not for thee.
Yeah, and I might have a bit of a nitpick as well. Twitch is also in that minority as well because they also are a little bit transparent with with some very good Twitch streamers who actually does follow the guidelines and does follow the rules, and some of them actually do get hammered a lot. And a good example, Doctor Disrespectful, like he ended up getting banned on Twitch, but they didn't give him a reason. They didn't give him a very good reason why he's banned. Like both YouTube and Twitch are just not being that kind of transparent when it comes to all content creators. They're just picking their favorite little content creator and just sticking to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's yeah, it's because of these things, and I really think that what's going to happen in 10 years when it's been 20 years since these services have been here and now they've hit that mark where they actually have something to retire on.
Hmm.
And they still start losing that revenue, and they'll start having to go down and go, oh crap, we didn't take care of these people. Now we might not have what we thought we had. Because
Mm.
and how many people on YouTube could probably retire right now and never have to make another video again?
I think at this point, I think a good hundred or I think a good hundred or thousands will actually retire at that point and saying and just drop YouTube like drop YouTube on a dime and just say, "Nah, I'll give up.
Right.
I'll just retire."
Yeah, I mean, if they're at the point where they're just able to retire, they don't have to worry about it. Maybe they'll go to Twitch and stream every once in a while, or they'll go to some other platform, or they'll just stay in Discord and they'll just stream whenever they want to play a game or something there rather than worry about making money on it.
Mm-hmm.
Once it gets to that point, all these services are going to lose their golden boys. Their golden boys and their golden girls and the people that makes the money, and
Yeah.
they're going to have to look down because those of us who are trying to make content now at at granite level and opal level, we're the ones that are going to be the effective future of YouTube as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because we are all the consumers. We are also the product.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what we are. Well, not entirely, but
Right, but as far as like the mechanics of how the system works,
yeah.
there's more to it when you get to the viewer follower to content creator relationship. There's definitely a lot more to it. But when you talk to Justin regards of how it mechanically works between the Twitch service and the YouTube service and other various services like Instagram and TikTok and shit, that's mechanically how it is.
Mm-hmm.
At,
Yeah,
le- at least in my experience.
I think that the same thing goes with my experience as well. I think that might be the case. Yeah. Uh,
And I do hate that I am coming from such a low bar. I feel like it's hard for me to have an opinion on this because, um, I'm there's so much of being a content creator that I just haven't experienced and I just don't understand.
yeah,
So
and yeah, and I think the same thing goes with also with the newcomers as well. Like they 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 will understand YouTube, but they will not understand how YouTube works. Like that with how everything works and how to get yourself out there. Yeah. Mm.
yeah, and it's one of those things because I remember, and it's one of my topics later on, D.O.C. gaming. When I was on that, I just did hours and hours of trying to research how things work in regards to YouTube. And that was just me just trying to figure something out and get an idea on how algorithms work and how best to put our content out there and push things. Um, it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, I need to make sense of this, but I'm not in a position where I can see it happen in action.
Mm.
So that's what makes it kind of hard to learn and deal with.
Well, so you mind telling me about the D.O.C. gaming? Because I'm actually quite interested to hear about that kind of segment. I actually would like to learn a bit about it and actually understand how that particular thing works.
Okay, so that was a channel that that a couple friends, my wife and I had for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's very low on the totem pole. It didn't get much more than like 25. I think it's at like 20 subscribers now, and because of not just scheduling conflict but personal conflict, it ended up not really coming to fruition the way we thought it was. It was fun while it lasted, but it was
Mm.
basically my start to YouTube, and I still enjoy the videos that are there.
Mm.
Um, Now give me just a moment, and I can pull up the channel. You know, because I was definitely using this as a way to learn how to deal with it. Okay, so it's at 24 subscribers, and I did so. My friend had the editing software, and he's the one who did the editing, and
Mm-hmm.
I did the thumbnails. I did all the thumbnails, and I did all the research for how YouTube works. I set up the account for it,
Yep.
and I just kind of went from there. I started making spreadsheets and stuff just to get to a point where, okay, this is how this is going to work. This is how we can try and optimize what time we do have.
Hmm.
And it was one of those things, and I made and edited. I made the entire logo. I drew it, then I scanned it to my printer, and then I threw it in paint, cleaned it up, and then made all the lines to it.
Mm.
Um, Dang it, wrong page. Go over here. All right. So first I need to go.
So, what was the inspiration for D.O.C. gaming? What was the inspiration behind that?
All right. So D was Dren, O was Animari, and C was Kaltuna. And then we had a fourth member whose name was Grace Shindo, so it just fit right along, and that's where we got D.O.C. Gaming.
Ah,
Yeah, yeah. So that's how it ended up happening. Was we just took the first letter of what we call ourselves, and that's what it happened. Okay, so
ah,
there's that one, and here is the link to D.O.C. Gaming. Should be.
yep, got it. Ah, yeah, okay. So this is basically basically a gameplay let's play channel
Yes,
with
yeah, absolutely. It is a Let's Play channel, and I kind of modeled the way I do my channel similar to how we modeled this, where you have all the series together, you have a series sampler, uh, and like I said, this was early when I was trying to figure things out, um, and I put together pretty much everything as far as like the channel itself. Uh, I set up to where okay, these are the channels we're looking at, these are the channels we're with. Um, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 12, 13 different sets. A decent amount of videos, and we were doing compilation videos of some of the funny scenes we had. That was definitely fun. Uh, but it was mostly I still have access to this account. I could get into it if I wanted to,
mm,
and I might take it over just to have it completely in my possession because I don't know how much the other people that were involved care besides my wife, but I don't want to lose it, and it's really important to me. So, and I'll talk more about that later on.
mm. Fair
But
enough.
yeah, but DOC gaming is where I had my start in learning about YouTube. and like the last video is like how I is the last video, which is just a piece of paper with my original edited Chrono sprite from Chrono Trigger,
Ah,
and
yeah.
it's just that printed out on a table. That was basically the same thing as the first video I made on my channel.
Mm.
So it's just like, oh, okay. Because I was trying to find a way to start, because when it got to the point where scheduling conflicts happened, I was like, I still want to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
So I did. And here I am.
And you're actually doing pretty well with it as well. To be honest.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, the same. The same thing goes with me. I had to. Oh fuck! I've actually gone through several channels that was actually made by me, but I think I deleted most of them because it didn't actually stand out correctly. So pretty much, Planetary Ashes was actually the very first one, and I pretty much had to hit the ground running to actually understand how YouTube particular works. And I think I don't know, almost everyone who have started their YouTube journey, they don't know what equipment they needed or what editing software that they needed to actually
Yeah.
start off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um and that's another conversation that I can talk about sometime, is like an actual that's actually a video I need to make at some point. That's actually one of the videos I plan to make at some point. I don't know if I have that one scripted or not. I think it's just topic right now.
I think
So
I think I've actually talked about it on. I've actually did dabble on it when I was actually made a video. Oh yeah, the YouTuber's journey. I've actually did touch upon that particular topic on the YouTuber's journey of like how I've started as a YouTuber and actually told them, like telling them actually going through the story and telling them that you don't need to just get the right equipment like to start off. Like any equipment would do just fine, just as long as you have a editing software. Like uh you just need a good computer to start off with. It doesn't have to be like very big. Like a good notebook or a small laptop will start you off. And
yeah, I mean,
after,
eh, and that's also a big misconception that I've heard. Early on when I started, and they're like, "Oh, dude, you just started. Like, what equipment do you got?" I had a couple of those comments every once in a while,
Mhm.
and of course, and they died down after a while. And I had to explain to them, like, you really don't need much. Like, the first editing software that I got was Filmora, and
Yeah.
that did really well for me for the longest time until I got CyberLink PowerDirector. And
Mhm.
just because it could do more of the things I wanted it to do. So,
You were able to pump out more
well,
more as.
there are certain specific things that Filmora couldn't do that
Mhm.
I wanted to do.
Mm.
I think Filmora now is a better service. I think it's a better editing program now after a handful of updates.
Yeah.
So I think you'd probably have a better chance using it now. But I don't. Back then, it was $50 to be
Mm.
able to just have it, and now I'm not sure if that's the same case now.
I think you know what I think with me. This takes me back of how simple my editing was. iMovie was the first editing software that I had, and boy, oh boy, it did not end well. And then I decided to jump over with, oh god, Adobe Premiere. I actually regret that decision because of how complex it was a little bit. Um, but I think afterwards I decided to settle down to just using Vegas. I think Vegas Pro.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, which now became my go-to software for editing. But sadly, Vegas Pro doesn't have that kind of flexibility of doing crazy stuff that Adobe Premiere or Adobe After Effects does. So yeah, something like that. But I think, like you said, it's a bit of a misconception of when you want, like, where to start with YouTube or how you want to start it. Especially for game players or people who want to do game takes or game reviews like ourselves, you don't need like expensive stuff. Like a good example, like for people who are just starting computer, either by using Mac or PC, a very good recording software would be just using OBS Studio, to be honest.
Yeah. OBS has definitely worked really well for me in regards to
Mm-hmm.
that. And it really doesn't take much. Even if you have a phone, you can do this. Like you can make videos. Then it gets down to, okay, but what videos do you actually want to make? It's like, well, I want to do gameplay videos. Well, you really don't want to do that by recording with your phone. Okay, so we need
Yeah.
to figure something else out. That's when it starts getting into like, okay, what hardware am I actually going to need? I started out with a $20 Radio Shack desk mic back when Radio Shack still existed.
Mm-hmm.
Over here in the States, Radio Shack is. I'm not sure if there's any Radio Shacks around anymore, but they had some basic stuff there and that you can get as far as computers, but they're mostly like little tinkering things like for drones and circuitry and boards and stuff. Um, but I started with a cheap mic, uh, bottom of the barrel uh, editing software. The way I had to make a video back in the day was I had to use the program that I had with. I've got a SNES emulator, and
Oh, yeah. The good old SNES emulators, good
mhm.
old ones. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I owned the game, so uh, I also owned the game, but I didn't have an Elgato capture card, so all I could
Ye-
do really was that.
Yeah, that's a same story with me. I I've actually started. I think I started YouTube with one of the Mario hacks. I think it was like a ROM hack for Mario. It was actually basically him, like you're playing as Mario, but you actually use portals to actually get from point A to point B.
Hmm.
and and I think I didn't have a mic. I didn't have a mic. I was actually yelling. I was actually talking to the computer or to the laptop that had a built-in mic. It was like it feels very weird. And to be honest, back then I think like that actually sounds pretty awesome. But from now, I think, oh my god, what have I done to myself
Yeah.
lately?
Um.
like you
Good.
like you can't help but just laugh at yourself of like the little to no knowledge that you had back then.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing was the way I had to record it was, of course, I have Audacity because Audacity is free and amazing, and I recommend it to everyone and anyone. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I had Audacity because a potato can run it. Um, and this is like they're actually very small files. They're these small files, kilobytes size that's running on this program. So cool. That doesn't take much. I had a computer from 2011. It had 2 gig RAM, so I could barely do anything else after like 2015. But what I had to do with this simulator was I had to record that. Then I had to go back and then play that recording, but in a way that it records it as an AVI file. So that way
Mm.
it's a video file. Then I have to put it together in my editing program. That's how I used to do it, which means every upload that I made took like 3 times the time it takes now.
Mm. Uh, yeah. And that's a good thing about Audacity is because of the minor space it takes to actually do like with the audio. Like it
Mm-hmm.
actually does pretty well.
Yeah.
Um, but I think when it comes to making, I think when it comes to recording videos, most of them actually do take up a chunk, like a hefty chunk
Yeah,
of
yeah, they do.
of yeah. But it all comes down to resolution and how you want it to be. To be honest.
Yeah. But I'll say this, that if you're going to be making videos and you have to sacrifice one aspect over the other, sacrifice video, because it's easier to forgive bad video or bad video quality than it is bad audio quality.
Yeah,
Because if I
yeah,
can't understand anything you're saying, it doesn't matter how crisp that picture is.
yeah. I will say that I'm actually guilty of that with good video but bad audio. Bloody hell.
It's one of those things you just kind of have to figure out after a while, because I was audible. I was led. You could understand me, but my audio was terrible in the beginning. Like,
Yeah.
watch my first and second Chrono Trigger video. How terrible the audio is. I sound like a tin can.
Yeah. I think the same goes with me. I sound like I was in the at the I sound like I was in a dining hall with all the
Uh,
reverb bouncing off. Yeah,
yeah,
so I think people have actually, I think most of the people have actually told me about that. Like I sound like I was in a dining hall. It's like, oh really? But I think I was being a little bit too arrogant or ignorant at that time. So I'm paying for that now.
yeah. I mean, random question, Planetary. Do you still remember the bit I did for your racing game review?
Oh yeah, that's right. The speed freak or speed punks. Yeah, I remember that. I still go back it from time to time. Yeah, I still remember that. That was a bit of a giggle. That's another thing that actually, like, that's another thing that YouTubers actually need to know as well. Like, don't be afraid to ask for a bit of a collab. Like when I've actually met, like when I actually met Joe Gogo for the first, like met Joe Gogo for the first time, and especially you, Dren. Uh, Joel, I was actually writing out skits, like skits for skits, like back to back. Like there was some skits that I actually enjoyed, like the Taste of Rainbow, uh, motherfucker, because of one particular item was like a actual rainbow. I was like, I need to go find that skit and put that there, and people had a bit of a laugh. And then when I came up to the golden wheels, I had to actually think of another skit that can actually top the Taste of Rainbow motherfucker, and that's when I actually asked Joel Gogo to actually make that skit because I want that particular skit where one of the races actually went through the multiverse and actually passed through his verse into Joel Gogo's verse. So that's how that particular collaboration happened. But if anything, if there's anything that we, like all three of us, have learned is don't be afraid to ask other YouTubers if you want to do a collab. Like it's a good step, yes, but you also have to make sure that both of you are getting something out of it. It can't be just one sided, and you give them nothing in return. Like that's how collaboration works. Like take that step and just make sure it's the YouTuber that you want to collab with as well.
Yeah. So there's the video I have about collaborating. Do I have that out, or am I still working on it? I don't remember.
Uh, I think you might be still working on it. I can't remember.
Did I make that? Did I make a video or didn't I? I
Let's
can't remember. I
let,
think I might be working on it.
let's have a looky here. playlist, it would have been, yeah, it would have been underneath discussions. It would have been underneath discussions. Yeah, you did. You actually
I
did
did?
mention it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it was right. It was right after things I learned because of YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, so you
Yeah.
did actually mention it.
So,
But yeah,
yeah, collaborating was one of those things like I believe I like blatantly said it's like make sure it's actually something you want to do. Don't
yeah,
do it out of like base. I think it's some like don't do it like out of like like you feel okay, like do it because you want to, because otherwise you might not put out a genuine product if you don't.
yeah,
Yeah.
a good example for all three of us was the Funky Dude series. Like having all three of us commentating on some pre-recorded videos and actually talk about some funny stuff. Like that was something I actually really wanted to do with you guys, but as you said about DOC gaming, it was time management and time moderate as well.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things that's it's just really hard to do much about.
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
And save. There we go. Sorry, I had to change some things.
uh, a quick, yeah, John Gogo. Is Morty still there with you? Is he still causing you grief? uh,
Oh, um,
yeah.
one of the things, like in my experience, like I'm definitely not afraid of like things being super slow. Like I'll still make content if I want to make content, right? But
Mhm.
it's just like like the thing that terrifies me most because like you were talking about like the shit with YouTube. I don't want to lose my channel because of some stupid bullshit on their end. Because like some people get their
Mm.
channels completely deleted, and I'm like, I don't want that. Like Grog Games, he is super careful, like incredibly careful. Like I don't think he cusses in his videos. He doesn't have anything that's close to NFSW.
Mm.
Like if we were to collaborate with him, it'd be one of those things where he'd probably watch our language and be careful what topics we'd bring up, especially if it's live. You know,
Yeah, uh, that's the same thing goes the with me and my game takes at the moment. Like there was, I can't remember which one it was. I think there was some moments where I did go off the handlebars a little bit with the constant swearing. I think it was. Then decide to actually reel it back in. But uh, I think the game take I'm about to do right now will be a little bit more careful because there is some things in there I have to avoid showing, like the avoid the terms of services, but also trying to be careful with what I say as well. Even two particular words that I refuse saying because I despise saying that word. So instead of saying the the W word, I say concubines for one of the particular
oh,
enemies.
okay, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. So it it's just like a huge no.
I get it.
Like
I get it.
yeah,
Because it's not like stand-up comedy. You can do that on a stage like that, but you do it here, there's some contention, like
yeah,
with YouTube. So like, yeah, I totally get it. Like anyone who strays away and says no, I'm gonna avoid just that altogether. I don't blame him at all. Like I get it. Uh,
yeah.
As far as me right now, I think what I'm doing is I'm taking advantage of the fact that I'm very low tier and that I have no problem cussing because there's no one that's really going to be giving a shit at this point anyway. And
Mm.
like if it becomes a problem later because of excessive language, then I'll start going, okay, I need to make it a habit to be um less explicit in the
Mm.
future. And then I'll deal with it like that, but I want to enjoy, whatever freedom we can get here as is when we can get
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that's the same thing goes with me. There's some moments where I can like is this game gonna be a little bit friendly or is this game gonna be a little bit violent? If so, if it's violent, then yeah, I don't mind letting loose, but to a certain extent. But if it comes to be like friendly, like a kind of like a friendly game, then I have to actually reel it back in and just like talk like I'm a normal person, other than going off the handlebars a couple of times.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's also something I mention in the things that the collaborating video is, if you're on someone else's channel, my thing is their channel, their rules.
yeah,
So if they have something that's like, okay, if I'd prefer it if you don't cuss so much, or I prefer it if you don't make jokes about this, then go buy that or don't do it. And the same
yeah.
thing vice versa. And then I have like thing and then refer back to rule 4, and then the people that own the channel need to refer back to rule 4 to be reasonable, because at some point, like, some people can be a dick by being overly rulesy about it, and in that case you're probably just want to go ahead and steer clear anyway of doing a collab in that case.
Yeah, yeah. Like there's some moments you start to wonder, like if the collab is actually really worth it to collab with that person who is a little bit, who's a bit overbearing with their demands. I think.
Yeah. And I think it's such a shame sometimes. I don't want anyone to have to feel like that, you know from or to.
Mm,
um I don't want them to feel like, because like, let's face it, like the early days of YouTube had a lot in regards to like toilet humor being super funny but also super excessive. uh and
yep.
it was one of those things where like you have the angry video game nerd who does a lot of it, but he was
Yeah.
also like one of the ones who started for that part of the medium. And then you get a ton of other people who start doing that same thing, and it's just like, no, it's not working with you. You don't have that magic. You actually have to be charming to do that. Like, do your own thing. Now you're just watering it down, making everyone else that does do it successfully look bad. Whereas, like today, there's a lot of people that are like just being super careful and cautious on how they do that stuff. And like, I enjoy my toilet humor myself. I enjoy it, but there's like specific people that I'm like, if I heard it from them, it would just be like, no, stop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like it isn't like there's some points of humor where it's funny when the person who actually does it correctly, especially with the angry video game nerd and well, yeah. Also, yet his with his like his toilet humor, I can actually understand. But also, yeah, there is some comedy in there that he actually bags out certain companies as well, and also, yeah, he's also like drinking beer bottles as well. Uh, but when you see other people who does it, like a good example that actually follows the same suit with bagging out a particular gaming brand with the angry video game nerd being LJN. There's
Yeah.
yeah, laughing, joking numbnuts as he calls it. There's also Cat Icarus, who actually takes a stab at Phoenix Games, which are those not actual games. They actually are uh, movie games that you can actually watch on the PlayStation 1, PS2, and also yet on Wii as well. So
Yeah.
but when you look at how Catacris does it more differently to Angry Video Game Nerd of his humor against a certain game brand, then you understand that he took that inspiration and done to his level without taking Angry Video Games level of humor to it.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's one of the things that I feel like as far as like, you get the toilet humor like that, like yeah, Angry Video Game Nerd, he does a lot of toilet humor, but he's also still talking about the whys and whats of the game or the product that he's talking about. He's not just doing that. It's there's substance to it, but then he apparently, and I missed a lot of it, but apparently there was a lot of copycats, especially in the early days, that would try to do the same thing, but they wouldn't have that substance at all.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm glad that I did not catch that at all of the copycats of the toilet humor.
Yeah, like there is a limit. Like even the Game Grumps were accused of that early on, but see, because people fell into the same problem they did. So when I was in D.O.C gaming, there's that was back when uh you would see related channels instead of uh other content. Like it actually gave you the same kind of content that you might be looking for. And I was like,
Mm,
I loved that, by the way. I wish they'd bring it back or give you the option for it. Um,
mm,
but but it was a really great way of like, okay, so you made content. Here's content similar to yours. Why don't you check that out? Which was a super interesting way of learning what works and what doesn't work on YouTube. That's probably where I learned the most. So
mm,
on our Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars, we went over to the sidebar for related videos and we saw a handful of other people doing a playthrough. So we clicked on a few of them and like there was a good one, but there were mostly bad ones. And like this one particular bad one was super Game Grumps esque. And I mean that in like it's like they went so far into the wrong parts of it that almost every video started out with like a burp or something or some kind of or
uh,
some yeah or like a slur that wouldn't go by today, like the R slur or F slur or something like that.
yeah.
Like it was that. And when you look on their channel, and this is a lot of how people can tell if you're looking at a watered down content channel, is if you look at it and there's like uh 0 views, 2 views, 5 views, 0 views, 102 views, 0, 0, no views, no views. Like when you see a pattern like that, you know that they do not have substantive content.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
and because like that's one of the things I was terrified about in for my channel, because I was terrified to see anything that was like 0 views. Like I was just hoping, okay, I hope they all get at least 2 views. Or they all
Mm,
get or like at this point I'm hoping they all get 10 views.
mm,
So you set those minimums because then you realize, okay, there's enough I have enough there that people are going to watch it enough that it's not going to look nearly as watered down as these other channels that have like half their channel of like 300 or 400 videos is no views.
Yikes!
Yeah.
And that's from the Game Grump esque channel that
Yeah.
had.
Yeah, well there's that one. I mean, if you look around and you type in something like similar to what you do, you can find a lot of creators who, when you look at it, it's really not creative. They're not
Mm,
putting that much effort. They are almost verbatim doing what other people are doing, which is one of those bad things about YouTube and content creators is some of those people will get rewarded for shit content.
yeah, and
But
that I can actually understand because I think I have seen some other YouTubers uh, back in the heydays. There was some that were really bad, and I think I remember there was one particular YouTuber who was at the, I think he was what, literally at the 35,000 subscribers mark. But when I looked at his videos, they were up to par of the amount of views that he has. Like, like
yeah. So you're talking about like when you see people who have like 10,000 subscribers, but when you look at the view counts, it's like less than a
it,
hundred almost all the time.
yeah, it did feel like it felt like something was a bit off. And when you look at it and you realize the views of not what it seems and the subscribers, then you realize that either A, he managed to get all the subscribers because everyone subscribed to him, but just for the sake of it and not for the actual reason to it,
Right.
or B, another reason will be he actually got sub bots to do that.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, yeah. And there was some other particular YouTubers that do like, well, I think when I was back in the gameplayer days, I think there was some particular YouTubers that were game like does the exact same thing like I did back in the gameplayer days. Uh, there were some YouTubers that actually did that, and they some of them sound like some videos actually managed to get up to a higher mark, like really good views. But then when you hear the commentary of stuff, you tend to realize some of them can be a little bit off-putting at some point. Not
Yeah.
all the time, but off-putting.
Yeah. I mean, it's so I'll say this much: like, if you have someone to play with, it's always easier to bounce off someone. It's a lot harder to do it by yourself. But you're talking about the people who are talking but don't have anything to say that has anything to do with anything, and it's also not entertaining.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
and that's one of the things is that's why I was struggling. So like at the beginning, I wanted to be as self-aware as I can be, so I was very clear that all right, I really don't know what I'm doing, but I'm starting off and I got a lot to learn.
Yeah. I think same thing same thing happened with me. Like, don't know a lot of stuff, but I have to be a little bit more aware of
Hmm.
how things go. Um, yeah.
Yeah, and also there's some people don't understand the difference or the disconnect between uh using a format and just doing the same thing as someone else.
Mm-hmm.
So like the Game Grumps format and the most review formats, I think are perfectly acceptable to emulate, but regards to format, two people sitting on a couch playing video games, that's a perfectly good format to use. But
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to be Game Grumps. You don't want
No.
to do the exact same thing because people do that. People try and I know there's a point where it's like, oh, I'm just playing the more whatever game's popular right now or whatever. I get that, but it's when you start hearing the same jokes that other people are saying, but it's at a point like, mm, they're probably fans of that person. They probably already heard that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm.
I'm kind of iffy on whether or not that joke is genuine or if they're pulling that from someone else.
Yeah, and see, this is where most YouTubers actually, well, either I think that's where most YouTubers, old or new, and I mean like from people who are in a smaller YouTubers section, not the big ones, um, they tend to fail that very quickly. It's trying to find that kind of uniqueness to themselves to make themselves stand out. And that's what the whole point of it when it comes to YouTube is you have to try and make yourself stand out by your own uniqueness way of content creating and also yet talking to the audience.
Yeah, and that actually circles right back around to the monetization requirements being a
Mm,
double-edged sword.
yeah,
You know,
which
it
yeah.
because your algorithm is very shit up until that point, which means a lot of these people that are making content like that are not going to get anywhere normally.
Mm,
Normally.
yeah, yeah.
Well, okay, so I'll say this much. You can fake subscribers, you can fake views. You cannot fake watch time.
Yeah, you seriously cannot fake watch time at all. Watch time is the most important thing to have when it comes to the monetization thing.
Yeah.
But uh, to be honest, I might be uh, I might be going off a little bit about monetization, but I don't understand of what the point of it with monetization. Like, what is the point for monetization for YouTube when there's particularly YouTubers that have other ways of of uh, monetization because they started to use Patreon, uh, I think, and also get sponsors to end up getting revenue in a very good way possible because of YouTube's monetization being, how could I put it this way, a little bit vague
Yeah.
of how they given revenue.
Yeah. So the way YouTube's monetization works is it is based on clicks per million. And ad revenue has been like I'm sure you've heard the term adpocalypse.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's happened like 3 times. There's been like 3, maybe 4 adpocalypses where basically ads are almost nothing, which made it to where you can't just be on YouTube. You need other sources. So that's why there's so many people that are merchandising, that have Patreon, that go on Twitch, or have other forms of income. Well, the thing that makes YouTube monetization important is that's the point where you are starting to make YouTube money, and YouTube puts a boost on your algorithm, which pushes you to get to a bigger audience. So
Mm,
it's not the money that matters in this case. It's the spread that you're trying to get
mm,
because like I said, we are pushed so far back before we have monetization, and that's why you see people once they get like to like 1,050 or something, all of a sudden they'll start kind of getting a big jump. Like they'll be at like just over 1,000, and then they'll be like 1,300 like in a month, and then
mm,
and then it'll start going. So it's like I said, it's not for the money, it's for the boost.
mm.
And that's why it's so important at that point. Um,
That
that's the goal generally.
Okay, now I can actually understand it a little bit more better. I
Yeah,
can. Yeah.
even at millions of subscribers, I don't think the ad revenue is barely rent. I think I'm not sure the ad revenue is worth a damn anymore at almost
No,
any point.
I don't think it really matters anymore with ad revenues, and this is going both to this is both going to Twitch and oh, actually no, actually retract that. That's not going to Twitch because Twitch does it differently with their monetization and ad and
Yeah,
revenue. So probably another topic for later. Um, but with YouTube's ad revenue, it doesn't like it's like you like it is a double-edged sword, and like you said, it's about the spread, but it's just yeah, I
it,
don't
it
know what to think of it anymore.
it's an annoying it's a wall basically. It really is.
Mm,
It's one of those things that it really shouldn't be a wall. Like as far as spread, like I really think it should be possible to have a channel that has 100,000 subscribers but isn't monetized by choice.
mm,
But it
mm,
doesn't seem like you can do that.
mm.
Um, because YouTube wants to put ads on your video so that way they make money whether you do or not. And if they're going to be putting ads on your videos, you might as well be monetized. And
Uh,
so it's one of those things where like that's just throwing away money and throwing away the boost.
yeah,
So
pretty much.
yeah, and it makes a bit of a barrier because there are some people like I'd be happy with 1 million subscribers but no money from it
Mm,
because like the whole thing I want to do, I want to play video games and enjoy it with people. That's what I want to do. Okay, sure, okay, I'll give you that. Me and like 100,000 other people. Okay, I'll give you that. There's tons of competition. But it's not going to stop me. But what is going to stop me from getting to that point is all these various barriers and walls that we have to get by, for these particular goals. And
yeah,
man, it's nightmare-ish. Um, I really think that YouTube needs transparency and it needs to take off these walls because it does show these senses of favoritism towards certain people.
mm,
Whether it be a strike, whether it be a claim, whether um, it gets more favorable ads or whatever the case. But, being down here at the bottom, it feels like I'm very neglected as a content creator.
yeah, yeah. And to be honest, I do actually understand the pain, and I do feel the same way at the moment with where I am, where myself and others are at the moment, because I'm pretty sure most other YouTubers are pretty much going to feel the exact same thing,
Mm-hmm.
mostly new or old in the small YouTubers community.
Yeah, because my channel's been around for 6 years now, 7, something like that.
Yeah,
And this is where I'm at. But then you'll see someone who they're on the here for like 2 months and they get 10,000. And just like, well, what the hell did they do to get that?
yeah, like it. Yeah, it does. Like I can understand you can like there's some envy, like there's some jealousy, like when it comes to seeing other people growing so much.
Yeah,
But you have,
I think
but you,
for most people, at least in regards to that jealousy, it's not like you don't want them to succeed. It's you want to be boosted.
yeah,
I think at the very least.
yeah.
Uh,
It's not you being jealous towards the other content creators. You're being a little bit more jealous to the YouTube itself of
yeah, it's
how much it shows
hmm
favor to one but not the other.
Yeah. Okay, so I think here's a good example of is this views or is that subscribers? Views. Okay. So Grog Games, he is at 3.32K subscribers.
Yeah.
And if you have the channel stats on there where you can see the channelytics or whatever, you can see the like from August 13th, you can see how it trends where he has a big spike here and there.
Yeah.
Probably better if I was looking at Social Blade, but that's kind of how it worked. Was when he hit above that 1,000, it got that spike, and if a lot of people get that, then they start getting a little more attention to them. Whereas, us sitting down here, we're still just, waiting for that bone with a little bit of meat on it. And it's funny because there's a ton of really good uh content creators, really good YouTubers that um they don't get that time to shine, you know, and they really deserve it. Like
Mm.
like full disclosure, when Jorgogo passed me in subscribers, I was like, "Ugh!" But I was also like super proud because I was like, I helped him. I helped him get there. It was
uh,
definitely like that, you know, and it's just one of those things that I hate that he's also stagnant right now.
yeah.
He's stagnant, you're stagnant, I'm stagnant, and a bunch of our YouTube friends are stagnant, which is just
Yeah.
it's insane, and many of them don't really make sense because you see like and you can even look at the ones who are putting out good content on a regular basis
Mm-hmm.
and you're still wondering, okay, they're actually hitting a very big market in regards to their content. So what is it that they're not doing? You go into it like if you have Channelytics on, TubeBuddy or whatever, you look into it and it's like, okay, they have all the good tags, they have all the stuff. Um and you're like, okay, they're not doing anything wrong. So are they just being and I'm carefully using this term shadow banned. I would say uh ghost creators. I think is probably
Mm.
the term we should use. Is like they're making content, they're doing all things right, but they're not getting the algorithm.
Yeah.
So
I I think that would be the best time. The Ghost creators
yeah.
would be a better best time for that. Yeah.
Uh, uh
Like,
Jorgo, I'm sorry, Lowell. If it's any consolation, I've been stagnant because I've been struggling to get my footing again, despite having a video plant.
yeah,
It's all good. It's all
it's all
good.
good. Like, I think I actually came across so many. Actually, I haven't actually came across any good YouTubers like of lately. But I have been seeing a lot of videos of lately where there's some people who actually have put in the time and effort into it, and they have actually, and they you can see the amount of love and effort into the videos that they have put into it, and then you look at the subscriber count and you like their subscribers count, and you're thinking, why aren't you up there yet? Like, it's one of those moments like you want to see them grow as much as you can, like as much, and want to see how much they can improve as well as the content creator as well. Like they have done everything right. Like they've done the thumbnail to the T, make it look stand out, keep it simplistic and good, and also yet manage to do good good commentary or audio scripting depending on what they do, and also yet having good editing of their videos as well and putting in the time and effort to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You just wonder why haven't they actually gone up? And
Yeah.
that's and that's the same thing goes like when I see both you and your Gogo. Like I see the amount of time and effort that you guys have put into it, and a lot of effort and love into it. I can actually tell by that. And I actually do question myself. How is it that you two have not gone up yet? Not in the not in the mean way though.
Yeah, well, okay, so I get it because so did you know that if you are above 100 subscribers that you're in the top 1% of YouTube?
Above 100, you're in the top 1%.
Yeah,
No, I did not notice that.
like correct me if I'm wrong if the stats have changed, but there are so many accounts that are just like viewer accounts or people's multi accounts or whatever. There's so many of them that if you have over 100 subscribers, you're basically in the top 1%. That's how many people there are on YouTube, or how many accounts at the very least.
Mm.
So like if you start putting that in perspective, like that's the bar for being way up there in regards to percentage. We are 1%ers right now. Now,
Mm.
like I said, if the stats changed, let me know, someone. Um, so, like, I remember how happy I was when I hit 100. Well, then you go to the next milestone, and you're like, oh, that's
Yeah,
really far away
but
because of these reasons or whatever.
yeah, and then you go to the next milestone and you think, okay, this is a bit more of a stretch, but I think I can do it. And then you go to the next one and to the next one until you realize, all right, it's actually more simpler as it is. It's just a bit of a stepping stone.
Yeah. And it really is because we know these are all stepping stones in one form or another. We also
Yeah.
don't have control over it.
Mm.
Like so, like how many times have you posted your uploads, like links to your uploads on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or what was it, Linktree or whatever, where you post all your links or something? Like
Yeah.
you're trying to get your content out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yep.
remember because I set up a Facebook for my channel. I got a Patreon that I don't really use, um, and
Yeah.
you start looking at these things and it's like, okay, there's we're not getting anywhere anymore.
Yeah.
But I'm doing all the again. It's coming back to doing all the things that's recommended, and it just doesn't seem to be doing anything. And you're wondering, am I really being pushed back because of
Mm.
something? Um, so like take reaction YouTubers. Like react YouTubers to me, on the whole, to me is a joke. Mainly because you get so many of them that are, um, they're just watching the video and it's on the screen and it only takes up like 2/3 of the screen. And they might not even say anything the whole time. Or in some cases, they even mute themselves from their reaction so they don't interrupt the video.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but they are hitting the algorithm somehow with that, and they get way the hell up there. And like some of these people, I'm trying to remember who went over that. Uh,
Oh,
grade A under A went over those videos.
yeah, grade
Uh,
8 under 8 did that one. But also yet I hate everything went over
yeah,
I hate reactions as well.
yeah.
Um,
So those people, like I can't respect that. And these are the people that are like, yeah, I can make like 15 videos a day, and I'm sitting here like, screw you. Like,
Yeah,
I'm sitting here having to actually put a ton of effort. You're sitting here muting yourself during the damn video.
yeah, that actually did annoy me at that time, and like that was around 2016, 2017 when that was actually becoming a thing of reaction videos. Like, oh god, are there content creators that are being freaking lazy at this point? And then you just realize, yep, they're being lazy at this point. They're not doing anything. They're not changing anything. They're just keeping the whole thing going. And
Mm-hmm.
I think gameplayers got hit with this as well. I think they got hit with the hate. I think they someone got hit by the hate train for some unknown reason, but I can't remember what it was.
I think similar things where it was just the same content, as it ended up being the same watered down content like I was talking about earlier. Like those guys who have no views, no views, no views, 2 views, 10 views, 15, no views, 11 views. No, that I think it's a similar thing.
Yeah,
Ex-
might be that case. Yeah.
it's because we know YouTube is incredibly volatile in all this.
Mm,
We have nothing that we can do that can really give us that prediction. We are there's no one person who has the algorithm completely figured out.
mm.
People that have millions of subscribers, they have a team of people that are sitting there studying algorithms, trying to figure out what will keep you relevant. You know,
Yeah, yeah, uh, yeah. I think that was the whole point of YouTube. It's being a little bit more different. I think so. I'm just scrolling back to one of the old day, like one of my old YouTube videos, and I think I had very less to like 100 and 100 to 20, like 20 to 100 views from all my years of work of YouTube. But I did have more videos, but uh, so I'll actually happily throw this out there about false copyright strikes because I think I had this issue a very long time before where someone was actually trying to threaten me to actually uh, flag my videos and get it taken down.
what was it?
Uh,
Was this a copyright strike or a copyright claim?
I think it was copyright strikes. Hang on. So what's the difference between copyright claim and copyright strikes? Let's hear.
Okay, so a copyright strike is actually a strike against your channel. Like it will like that counts along with your community guideline strikes. A claim
Mm.
is just the person that's claiming this part of the video is mine or this video is mine and this is my content that you're using, which means what happens is they claim any monetization from that video.
Uh,
So categorically the difference is one actually hurts your channel, the other one takes what money could be made from that video.
all right, then let's throw this one in. They were trying to do a copyright claim on their own gaming server that I actually normally do YouTube videos on a couple years back. But apparently, what happened was like one video went sour and. Uh, they proclaim it was an attack to them, which it wasn't. But they were trying to say they want to copyright claim it or copyright strike it, like all the Gary's Mod videos that I used to have back then,
Uh-huh.
I used to do back then, because it was actually on their server, and I actually do game recordings of it, but they say they want to do. But when I had a heated argument with one of them, they say they're gonna flag it or copyright strike it, or at least I take it all down. So I don't know I don't know. I don't know if that's actually part of the I don't know. I don't know how it works with copyright strikes or copyright claims when it comes to game sources. Then that's the question. Then.
All right. So here's the things that happened with mine is Nintendo actually copyright claimed my Super Metroid videos for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's when they were going pretty militant on YouTubers playing their games. So
Yeah.
what ended up happening, eventually they were dropped later on where they decided screw it, we're not going to go through this. It's not that big of a deal. If anything, it probably helps us. They finally figured that out. So I don't have
Yeah.
those claims anymore. But they did
Mm.
claim them for a while, and that didn't count as a strike. That just meant they would make money if I made money. Or if I would have made money, they would get that money. It's kind of
Uh,
like, yeah, it's kind of like used to like let's say you're caught stealing something, but instead of charging you like with the crime, you just have to pay for it.
yeah.
Like it's very like it's the lenient part of it. So you can file an appeal if you think it's wrong.
Yeah.
Now now I had one guy file a copyright claim on one of my videos because he has a song that uses the intro music to the game, and it's in his song. And I listened to the part they thought it was. Luckily, it was actually highlighted properly, so that was good.
Mhm.
So then I went to what he said it was, the video of his, because the copyright claims seem to be a lot better than strikes, like in
Yeah.
regards to like how it's researched, or at least
Yeah.
strike, or at least channel strikes. Maybe copyright strikes are easier to deal with, just like
Mm.
claims. I don't know, but so I filed an appeal because, and I wrote down and explained, I'm playing the game you got that audio from for your track.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it got dropped in like 20 minutes. And so here's the thing is that a lot of these happen automatically, not by someone moving in to do that. So you get a lot of auto strikes on certain things. Like if you put up anything about Disney right now, you will automatically be struck with something.
Oof.
Now,
Mm.
like it'll just happen in like 10 minutes. Um whereas with someone else, like if it's obscure music, it might take days before it happens. You know.
Uh,
Uh
okay. Looks like I know what to avoid with copyright claims. Then I'll avoid playing Kingdom Hearts for my channel.
I'm not sure where Kingdom Hearts lies in that. It's kind of confusing. Twitch seems to have no problem. I
Mm.
don't know about YouTube. Uh,
Yeah.
I think Jorgogo has some Kingdom Hearts 3 footage on his channel. I don't think he's had any problems with it.
The I don't think he did have any problems with it. If he did, it would have actually shown. Uh, yeah, but yeah. Um. Uh,
All right.
right. Well, I'm actually gonna hop off, Dren. I've actually have some things I have to actually work on my end. But it's actually nice to jump on and actually have that kind of debate on YouTube, and also yeah with its problems as well, or soon to be little to no problems. But it's awesome to actually talk about its issues and actually understand it a little bit more better.
Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to have you on. Um, Jorgogo, I did with the opening music. Other than that, no issues. So the gameplay's fine, but the intro music is Skrillex and whatever the other band, I forget.
Yeah, yeah, I think I know what he
Yeah,
means. Yeah,
yeah. Face Your Fears, whatever.
Face Your Fears.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um. But yeah, it was. I was happy to have you on. I'll probably when you leave, I'll probably go ahead and take a break and come back.
yeah.
Um. And then I'll probably start talking about something else.
All
Cause
right.
all right. But yeah. If anyone who comes in the future, the I have in the chat box Planetary's YouTube channel, Twitter, and Twitch. Feel
Mhm.
free to check those out if anyone hasn't. I'm assuming in the future because I'm pretty sure it's just us three in the on the video
Yeah,
right now.
I think it is. Yeah.
I'm trying to be optimistic.
Nothing wrong with a little optimistic. More
Yeah.
people will come in somewhere along the line. But yeah, well, you hopefully you have a wonderful night, and I'll catch you and your go another time. All right,
All right, take it easy.
take it easy.
All right. Well, that was Planetary Ashes. Feel free to go check them out. I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. It's been 3.5 hours, and I really have to pee. And I need to get some more water. So feel free to feel free to take a break, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, whatever. This is the intermission. Alright, and we're back. Holy crap. Oh, that was a much needed break. Alright, let me go ahead and take that off right now. Planetary Ashes is no longer on the scene. If we have any other guests, I'll swap it out. Alright, so you guys heard me talk about the other channel, D.O.C. Gaming. I feel like now I can go into a little bit more depth about it. So, let's talk about it. D.O.C. Gaming was the first channel I was ever a part of, that my wife and I were ever a part of. And it's also first channel that a couple of our friends were also a part of. You know, we didn't have anything besides our own personal accounts. Well, it was something, at least in my opinion, it was wonderful to begin with. So, let's see if I can pull it up. See if I can get it to work. I got animal crackers. Don't shame me. It's way down there. Yeah, there it is. All right. Ha! Alright, I need to pull that down. There we go. That's a little better. But I need to, I need to do that. So can I... Go ahead and fix this. Let me in! Alright. Alright, damn. Alright, let's change some colors. Why? Because we can. There we go. And there we go. I should change the font. Actually, I'll probably make it a little smaller too. That one didn't. That one did, but you're not in the right way. Oh, God. That's good. Alright. Sure, whatever. Okay. Well, here's D.O.C. Gaming. This is the channel that I started with. And it was a big part of what made things the way they were. So, I'd set this up years ago, back in 2015. My God, it's been so long. It was 2015. 4 friends playing games together, making fun and reminiscing. Dren Hatamata, Drago Animari, goes by Animari, Kaltuna, and Grace Shindo. Remember when you were a kid and used to play games with your friends? It was almost always so much fun. And remember the memories you had playing those games that you wish you could go back to, or once in a lifetime happenings or glitches or something like that? We don't have to play grown up 24/7. That was the overlying concept of what we wanted. What we wanted to do is we didn't want to constantly be the adults all the time. That's how it was. Unfortunately, I think that's what ended up happening, at least to the others. My wife and I are together. Sure, we adult a lot of the time, but we're not 24/7, definitely. I'd say as far as I know, we remained to this archetype, at least in regards to this. Um, this is an old format. I'm pretty sure I still have the information for this channel. So, this was our channels here. Under the tombstone, that must be Squids. That was our contingent fifth possible member at the time. The Spryest was just the guy, like our first subscriber. He was the first one we had on this channel. And we were so excited. I checked out his channel, I talked to him and everything. I was like, hell yeah. But I set up a lot of this channel. This was before I understood that we could do some of these things, so a lot of this was very stale. So, like, I'm clicked as subscribed. If you weren't subscribed, I don't... Did we have an intro? I don't think we had an intro. Hold on. Did we make an actual channel trailer? I don't think... No, we did not. Alright, looks like most videos are between 15 and 20 minutes. That makes sense. We did a lot. And there was some videos that just never made it, and there's actually a ton recorded, and it was so much fun. And oh, I miss it. I'm actually surprised that these videos got the views they did. But when we started it, I was just so ready. I wanted to do it so badly that I did everything I could to try and get to the point where we were making videos. One day, I got to the point, I said, we gotta do this now, or we might not ever do it. Like, that's what I woke up feeling. I woke up feeling that way. So what I did was I took the information we had. I called everyone. I got in contact with everyone. I believe I picked up my wife, and we all went to Animari's house. We went to his house because he has the editing software, and we were setting up everything on his. Or was I using my phone? I don't remember. But we set everything up there. And I told everyone, we need to do this now, or we might not ever do it. And it started actually with Bayonetta, and I hate that none. We actually finished out Bayonetta, and I was really upset that none of it was ever uploaded. Because I thought we were just going to go ahead and upload the entire series. Because it was like, I don't know, 20 something episodes? It wasn't bad. But man, it was a riot. So all these thumbnails I put together. I put all these thumbnails together. So what ended up happening was I didn't have any programs to really do anything with. Now today I use my actual editing software. I have a thing set so I have templates and everything. So everything's very similar where it's like this. Um and then there's a number on here that episode 1, episode 2, number 1, number 2, whatever. And that's how it was. That's how it is. Um number squiggly. Oh, that's right. That was a joke somewhere. I forget where. But yeah, so I made these. I did the templates like this. I would grab the titles and I would put everything together from like sprite sheets or title cards or whatever. And this is what I did. So like on the Alice Mantis Returns, this thumbnail is 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. The number, this logo, the background, and the D.O.C gaming logo. And that's the formula that I used on all this. And it works, to me, I'm still proud of these. I think it works really well. Animari did all the editing. Uh, and I guess realistically, it was mostly on us trying to do everything, but I'm not sure how much he did because how much dedication he had towards it because I feel like I was putting a lot more of myself into this than anyone else, maybe. I really don't know. I was so passionate about this, so it was really upsetting when everything just started driving away in the sense of like, we did not have we didn't have good schedules, so it was always constantly scheduling conflicts for the most part. But it got to the point where you know when you start to see changes in the people around you. Like for me, my friend started becoming the person who was constantly lecturing me about what was going on around me, and I got tired of it being a lecture all the time. So I didn't want to stay there. I didn't want to be in that space anymore. So over time, I just kept going further and further away up to the point where I've been ghosting for years now, and I feel bad about it. But I can't say I regret it, if that makes sense. You know, um, this channel still does mean a lot to me. I definitely appreciate it. In fact, the guy on Flight Speed Productions, this guy, really interesting guy. These are good videos. I recommend him. Go see him. Right now he's doing a lot of drone videos where he's flying. He's gotten really good at it. I definitely recommend it. It's got a good selection of videos, and he also loves racing. So he does a lot of racing footage for, not just for his channel, but for a lot of people. Uh, go back. Go back again. Alright. So I figure there's probably no harm in watching one of these videos. To give you a gist of what it was like. In fact, this one's on 69. Let's add one. Nice. This is gonna be cringy too. So, oh no. Am I gonna lag the whole time? I might. It might lag the whole time. I don't know. I have good connection, but my hardware might be lacking. Ooh. Oh god, it's gonna be laggy the whole time, isn't it? Shit. Alright, is there anything I can turn off? I can take off Discord. Damn it, it's on the lowest resolution. Seriously, on lowest resolution, it's still acting like this? Damn. Is it OBS? Is OBS just taking up that many resources? So you can hear us now.
Yeah, let's do the intro over.
No, I guess it's not gonna work. Fuck. What is this? I've got 3 friggin' programs. So you can hear us now.
Yeah, let's do the intro over. It was very late.
Sorry.
Hello, I'm Dren Hatamata.
Hey guys, I'm Mike.
I'm Calzona.
And I'm Gracian.
And this is D.O.C. Gaming. Bellywinkles.
Gotcha.
Nothing.
Oh god. Name 5.
Luscious.net.
Oh, that's lovely. Make the child face.
Let's see, there's Luscious.net. There's GE Hentai. 89.com turns out to be very screwed. I think RedTube is fire screwed. And Hentai Foundry.
That's kids where you get your porn from. Students here.
What now?
That one.
It would be so amazing if they made a Bayonetta ride. To the compass, silent next to heaven.
Dren, are you okay?
I'm having fun, leave me alone.
I didn't read that. Oh my god, he's speaking in tongues.
Because that's how Japanese Sasuke's are.
That's true.
I have enough power to kill a log and my brother.
No. Okay. If we ever actually make it a Brit series, that's what we're gonna do at that part.
Okay.
Working better now, at least.
Oh my
Put
god.
it together. Sliced him in the butt.
Oh, I was looking up his turban thing.
So wrong, dude. So just a little bit wrong.
Oh, I wanted to see if he had undies on.
Really? That's what you're worried about?
Yes.
Girls have undies on?
Yes.
Why would it matter?
Because even in the Gen Underworld, people need undies.
You heard it here, folks. If you don't have undies, when you die, you just go to hell.
Here's, I have a challenge for you. I want you to go to the store and find 100 yards of flight line
This guy comes.
Is nothing but the
and roller wash.
and
5-gallon bucket of roller wash.
Yep. Don't ask. How the is it really that hard for you to do? Man, if you hit the like a
Damn.
You just kind of can't press anything once you glide.
You got a fish. If I
no, you say
have any, older viewers, watch out for Dren, because he will apparently run you over with a freaking skateboard. Dude,
my
you
way,
just run on a lane.
yeah, okay, man.
Should we mention that
Oh.
sucking? There we go. Oh, come on, you fucking. I'm sorry.
From like the glass. So.
Oh. Oh, these videos still make me laugh.
It's so I'm drunk. I fucking hate this game. Fuck this game. Fuck you. I'm done. Fuck you guys. I hate you. I'm fucking done.
Oh my god.
Alright, Dren, looks like you're gonna have to do it for him.
As soon as he puts back the controller back together. We get the wrong controller hooked up.
So yeah, that was some of how our content was. I mean, I really like the format. Oh, no, that's not what I was trying to do. One of the things about our format was if you look at them in order and you start to go up the ramp, you can see how things kind of start to taper off. And that's what's really sad to me is like this was the update of like what's been going on. Dare I even do anything? I never even made a thumbnail for this one. I don't remember why I didn't. I'm not sure I knew that it was being uploaded. Or I couldn't find the stuff I was looking for. Keep in mind, I didn't have internet access on my computer at the time, so everything I did was through my phone, get it downloaded on my phone, and then put it on my computer and edit it from there. There is a lot of comprehensive there's a lot of comprehensive stuff that we did because we were playing games that we loved, you know. And I wanted to make sure everyone had a series they wanted to play. And they were good. So like one of the ones I really wanted to play was Super Mario RPG. That was kind of my go-to. So we kind of started with that. We did Bayonetta as practice, where just practice recording. I really wish it could have gone up. For Kaltuna, we had Alice Madness Returns, and I really loved that. Animari, I don't remember. I think I don't think Onimari made a particular choice. But I believe Grace Shindo was doing Dead Space. So yeah, there's a random Halo. It's more Dead Space. A couple Dragon Ball Raging Blast. You know, it was just whatever we wanted at the time, and it was nice. Did a little bit of Kirby's Dream Collection, Kirby's Crystal Shards in particular. The way, at least the way I don't think I ever said much about it, but I had the idea of like, oh, for whichever game we're playing, we'll just put it on one of the sides here, and that's how you know which game we're actually playing from this. Uh, the one custom Robo we did, the one Pokemon Rumble, a couple Homefront, which I don't think would have gone too far. Yeah, it's something that is definitely near and dear to my heart. So here's a 300 plus view gaming. So there's a thing about 301 views that might put something on it'll freeze to verify. And so when our channel got 300 views, it froze at 301 for a little bit. And I was just so amazed and appreciated. I was like, oh my god, it's actually going through a process. Holy shit. So I was really happy about that. And I was really getting into it.
Hello, I'm Dren Hatamata.
Hey guys, I'm Mark.
I'm Kelsina.
And I'm Gray Shindo.
Oh my god. Okay, so I remember what we did. We played Cards Against Humanity. And after this, as like a celebration thing. Why this image? I don't understand. Will it play? Or am I just gonna ever be doomed? Um Historically, I guess this being my start was also where I realized
Well, might be the same person. You just never know.
That's not for you guys, that's for Onimari.
And
No, that's not for me.
so you know, as far as historically, this is definitely where I was perpetuating format. I really want this to be the how we formatted things on like milestones, you know? Like I don't know how genuine this was for everyone else, but I know for me it was something that when we started doing it, it was something I knew I wanted to keep doing, which has led me to my channel today, where right now I'm streaming. If it wasn't for this, I'm not confident I would have gotten here. I'm not confident I would have met some of the people that I've met now. I don't know. But I'm glad I kept going. After things started to taper down from this, um, I started making some decisions about myself that no matter what happens, I want to keep going. And for a while, I was trying to convince everyone else, hey, if you're able to make videos, why don't you go ahead and make videos for yourself? Like, that'd be cool. And then this would be our group channel. I tried to convince everyone of that, and that kind of got brushed off a lot. And that was upsetting. I really wanted things to be this neat collective slash competitive thing, but a lot of my ideas got brushed off because I don't know. I even brought up, like, I think I'd really want to do my own play. I remember bringing up that I wanted to do my own playthrough of Super Mario Legend of the Seven Stars. The reason being that I really wanted that. I just wanted to play it because it's such a good game. And that got pushed back. It's like, well, then you'll be competing with this channel, won't you? I'm like, yeah, but I'm not really that worried about that because we'll be cross promoting. You know, and the whole thing about cross promotion, this cooperative competitive thing, is what I was trying to push. Like, it's cross promotion for all of us at the same time, and then we'll be able to shoot up there. And this was long before the issues that we were talking about earlier in this show. It was insane that it could have been so much easier. I really think if we had taken the steps that, and maybe I'm naive, but I really think if we had taken the steps that we had, I really think that we could have really pushed the line and been pretty far up there, or if nothing else, been much further along. I think we would have collected, because I tried to start doing a pot thing where, hey, let's all put in some money every once in a while to be able to get things for the channel. Because we had jobs and stuff, we were all able to pay into it. And I was wanting to use that systematically so that way we can get things. Well, we did that twice, and then after a while, nothing happened. We didn't make any plans to do things anymore, so I just gave it back to everyone. And as things started tacking down, it just felt less and less like there was something to it anymore. And I know I didn't feel like everyone in the group was pushing it the way I was hoping. And maybe at the time it was a pipe dream for myself. I really don't know. I can't really speak for other people, but I can speak for myself. D.O.C. gaming was a really important and huge chapter in my life. I learned so much about what I wanted for myself that I ended up doing what I do now. This was the first video that was just me. In fact, let's see if we can take a look at it.
Hello, I'm Dren Hatamata from D.O.C. Gaming. I'm here to update you on what's been going on recently. As you've probably noticed, we haven't been putting up content in a while. This is due mostly to scheduling conflicts, such as work and school.
So this is effectively the first video I ever made.
Also, we haven't been overall satisfied with what we've been trying to put out. We've recorded a lot, and we still have a lot that still hasn't been put up. Probably 100 episodes or so. But it just doesn't seem like we're quite as fun. It's not as funny, and we're just overall don't seem to be enjoying ourselves as much. And we don't want to put out bad content if it's bad to us and just show it to you. Even though they say any content is good content, we want it to be the best for you.
That was a thing that was said. Damn.
So, since we haven't had much time, we decided to try and get our own channels going. We already had our own channels up, but now we just need to put our own content on them. We each had our ideas and such. I myself wanted to try and start reading creepypasta to you. It is great and all. All I have to do is purchase the hardware and software that I can use. Not such a big deal and fairly easy to make. Still not sure how I want to do it, but I'll figure that out. Animari wanted to try and do some bridge series, but he also got some voice acting work. So that seems to be doing really well with him. If voice acting doesn't turn over, he's always got his abridged series he can make.
Never
Caltuna
happened.
also wanted to make creepypasta videos, but she also wants to do.
So, full disclosure, I'm not sure any of that from Animari was ever true. So, what I had said there was that Animari supposedly had some voice acting that he was doing. I never saw any product from which his voice came from. He said he was working on it. He said he was coaching with it. Said he wanted to do an abridged. Of course, he's never made any abridged. Even though I think he has plenty of time. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. But, yeah, he has so much time. Or he had time. But there was things that he said that I'm not sure were ever true. And which led me down this streams of doubt and contempt, I think. I didn't feel comfortable anymore. And like I said, it became a situation where it felt constantly like instead of having a friend, I had a mentor who was all constantly trying to lecture me about shit. And that's not what I wanted from that person. So I ended up going further away from that. So with this was very hopes and dreamsy, if you will.
Singing videos. Yes, singing. That's something I hope we can all enjoy. And Gray Shindo wanted to start, but she also wants to do singing.
Hold on.
He's always got his abridged series he can make. Caltuna also wanted to make creepypasta videos, but she also wants to do singing videos. Yes, singing. That's something I hope we can all enjoy. And Gray Shindo wanted to start a gaming discussion and review channel. Overall, we'll probably all be doing gaming, putting out gameplay content and such like that. And there's certainly no obligation to watch or keep up with all of us. Just do it as you will. You're what makes us important.
Oh yeah, that's
I think that's about all I have. If I've missed anything, I'm sure I'll be corrected. If I need to, I can always take down the video, can't I? And we'll see you some other time. Hopefully on our channels, which in due time I will be linking in the description below. Bye bye.
yeah. So there's the links. This is where the idea came in. Only two of those things ever came back to fruition. That was me and my wife Caltuna, which is just something that's made it sad. Um, I wish I could have seen more from the other two. Like even if we didn't have a good relationship now, I really think it would have benefited them to still do that stuff. Um, I really wish that things could have went further along, and my Caltunas has videos on her channel. I have videos on my channel, and that's what we've done. I mean, we have taken it further than what was expected. And this is also where I first had the mentality that I have now about really pushing that there is no obligation to do anything. You are not obligated to subscribe to me. You're not obligated to watch anything from me. You don't owe me a damn thing. That's where I really got it from. Because I didn't want anyone to feel that any iota of like obligation to do something in regards to a YouTube channel. And I really push that. I still push that. That's why I always say feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe or whatever. It's that. I don't want anyone to feel like there's any pressure on them at all. And even though I think it's probably working against me, I still hone to that. I'm still gonna stick with that. I don't want to have to push anything. And I don't want anyone to feel pushed. You know, am I making sense? Ooh. This is, like, that's why it's important to me. But this was a chapter. Like, I wouldn't mind going through everything, but I would just be watching the videos and laughing. That's it. I guess I could give commentary, but I don't know. I don't know how that'd turn out. But anyway, I think that's probably enough of this. There's not much more really to tell, unless you guys have some questions there. Like I said, this was the start. This was the start of the content I did. Oh god, the push that made D.O.C. gaming. The push that made part 1 and part 2. That's cringy. That's cringy because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 fucking videos. And I was ready to be like, I want to tell them why. And it was really kind of silly because I don't know. I was just so eager. I think I think the thing was I wanted to put milestone videos. I wanted to be at milestones, but we weren't there yet, but I so wanted to do the videos for them. Oh man. But yeah, that's D.O.C. gaming. That's where it came from. That's where I got the sprite. And for this, I made this whole logo mostly from scratch. So what I did was I drew it down on a piece of paper. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't straight, in fact it was catty-cornered. I had to straighten it up here. So basically the deal was I wanted everything to be like super sharp and blade-like, That's what I was going for. So where you see all this, this was all completely by hand with fucking paint. Fucking paint. Microsoft fucking Paint. My god, this was a nightmare. This did not have to be as hard as it was. I think the O and the C are probably my favorite letters to do. This one was the biggest pain because I had to figure out where the best place was to make the blades look like that. And I don't think that these blades are the same. This one was fun because I really liked how sharp it looked. This one looks the sharpest to me. Then I had to make these indents for this one. This one I don't remember if it was particularly hard or not. This one was probably the easiest one. And then we had the sharp commas that you can't really see. I think I still have them, but yeah. It was a pain in the ass, and then I didn't care about the aiming. I am proud of this, though. I went online and found these, and then I made minor edits to these. That way, it would match our ideal of image as far as characters. Let's see. Come on. Yeah. These are literally the views. This month, 3 views. I mean, I gotta be honest, it's kind of nice still seeing people every once in a while click on it. Ooh, D.O.C. gaming. I wouldn't. Oh, those keywords. I would definitely change this up a lot. I would. There would be a bunch of stuff I'd revamp. I could do it now a lot better, I guarantee. Of course, that's how growth is, right? You can do a lot better at certain points. Oh, damn. All right. Like I said, moving on. So I got the last topic, and awesome casual games. This probably won't take too long. So let me get back to. There we go. Back here. All right. So talking about awesome casual games. What's do you consider casual? When I think casual, I mean I tend to think of something that's very easy, doesn't take much effort, and just feels good to play. Now I understand that for a lot of people this can vary a lot. Like what is like that for you might not be the same for say someone else. There we go. Not too loud. Um, one of the things that I find interesting most of the time is you get a game, it doesn't have inherent conflict, right? You have goals, but you don't. Oh fuck! But you're not there to have to do things. Like you can just enjoy the joys of it most of the time. Like you can live. It's like a slice of life. You know? So, awesome casual games. One of the first ones I ever played was Harvest Moon for the SNES. Well, that game is very old school, and if you haven't heard that name, guess where Stardew Valley got a lot of its inspiration from. Yeah. Hmm. So, with Stardew, with Harvest Moon, it was very basic. It follows the same pattern as it normally does, where you end up having your goal is to make money and build up the farm. You know, get married. I guess have a kid? I'm not sure. But you can build up your house, getting enough wood. You can upgrade your tools to be much better. Make bigger gardens. You have a huge potential farm. Normally what I did first thing is, at night, you didn't suffer from, like, exhaustion or anything. Or, like, you didn't end up, like, super tired in the morning, or you're waking up late or anything. It just got night, and then once you were at the point where you can't use tools anymore, you could still pick up, the bushes or shrubs and pull them out, the weeds. So I would just go throughout everything and pull all those out, and all the small rocks I would go ahead and throw in the lake, because you could still do that. Interesting, huh? Yeah, that's what I would do. And then I would start later and use the money, get some seeds, go ahead and plant those, get that muns, and just go from there. Just keep going and going. And it's very simple in comparison to, like, Stardew Valley or the later Harvest Moon games. It's much simpler. You don't have nearly as much to worry, or you don't have nearly as much to worry about. You can just play. You can just play, and it didn't have as many goals, I think. And I'll go ahead and move on to Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is definitely really interesting, where it's a mix of all the things. You want you want to fight some monsters? It gives you that option. You can get a sword. You want a sword? You want to fight some skellimans and some slims? Some slimies? You can do that. You can do that. It's fun. It gives you a lot more goals that you can do. And it's things that you can just accomplish over time anyway. So, like, the main thing is you gotta fix the community center, and it takes a lot of shit. And it's just like, well, goddamn, how did I go? One of them's 303 goals are just get lots of money. And you're just like, fuck. So you're just selling everything to get those within reason. Oh, yeah. When, I think the fishing in it is really good because your difficulty is based on how well you can react. It's tough sometimes, depending on the fish. But once you finally get it, the payoff feels a lot better. Normally. If, so there's this... here's something neat is... There is a shop. There's the regular town shop, and then there's like a mart. And I just go ahead and call it Walmart because that's all I know it by. It's a corporate overlord entity. So I just go ahead and go, suck it, I don't want to see you. So I avoid it like the plague because I can, whereas in real life I can't. Yay! When I'm playing that game, there's a lot of satisfaction on all the different things you can do, the different places you can influence. Like, there's nothing that's really limiting you. Like, it's all up to you. If you want to spend lots of time making sure you get everything right, you can. You pretty much have that. But you do have the thing where if you're out too late, you will suffer from exhaustion the next day. I will say it works a little bit better in that you don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about like spoiling something. So in Harvest Moon, you could pick something up, and if you threw it and didn't put it in the drop box, it would just be gone. Here, you can't really do that on Stardew Valley, so I gotta appreciate that. But yeah, it's such a casual game. There's so many. It's such a beautiful environment, and it's definitely some I recommend just to ease. You just want to have a farm, have a fucking farm, shit. And here's one you probably could have guessed: Minecraft. Very good casual game. I love playing it. I am the arbiter of my own adventures. I can do whatever I want. If I want a tower made of redstone, then I can work for it. Or I can just do it in creative. It's like, whatever. I can do that. Hmm. So, Minecraft, I know that so many people already know it. I get it. So there's so much to do, and I'm really interested. Supposedly, someone has actually mined out the entire world, but I don't think so. And like, it's 6 million blocks in diameter, I think. Huh. but it's definitely something that I recommend someone trying to do. I don't know. I really don't. You have... What do you have? You have the ability to do anything you want. And then all the mods that you can put on it. Texture packs. I know I wouldn't be able to... I can play this game for hours on end, right? Sometimes I have a hard time getting off of it because I was like, oh, I just want to do a little bit more. I just want to do a little bit more. And I'm not very creative, so I'm just doing super basic shit. Whenever I'm playing this game, I can just relax, turn on a video, and just go. Just go. That's something I can appreciate being able to do. When it comes to other forms of the medium, I think phone games and idle games are underappreciated. Because there's lots of games that do a lot for people. You get a good puzzle game that's casual. You get, people like to shit on it, but play it. A game's a game. In this case, a game is a game regardless. So phone games, idle games, they count. Whether you like it or not. And I enjoy a slew of various idle games and phone games. Like, I love them. I can just play them whenever I'm bored. It's a good time waster. I'm on the toilet. I can do some things. Excuse me. Like, I think it's really undercut. I think it deserves more love. When it comes to, like... Right now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games on my phone. All of them are idle games. I enjoy them. They're fun. They're nice little time wasters, like when I don't have anything else that I can do. It's like, well, how are you in this position where you can't do something? Because I have to go to work. There's only so much shit I can do at work before I have nothing to do, in my case. So it's not like I'm just, wasting time away all the time at home. I mean, I do, but shut up. There we go. But yeah, like, awesome casual games. I really want to spread those games everywhere. And these were just like the first handful that came to mind when I was thinking about them. So, like, yeah, go for it. I don't think there's too much more for me to say, unless anyone else has something they want me to talk about right now. But I thought that was fun. We got Planetary Ashes to come on and talk about the bullshit with YouTube. I talked about No More Heroes 3 for a while. I was going to talk about games difficulty spikes, but I think I'll save that for another time. There's more I wanted to add to that. Like, the games I have, I got 3 of them, but I know there's more games that have weird difficulty spikes. These aren't just like, oh, this is how a difficulty spike works. No, these are the ones that are like, the spikes are also on the low end, not just the high end. You know, sometimes out of nowhere. But yeah, I think I can say that topic for another time. So, I think I'm about done. It's like 1:30 in the morning. So, feel free to like, comment, feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. Feel free to check out the links below to my Patreon, Twitter, Facebook, Discord, all that jazz. And remember to go into the chat, and check out the links to Planetary Ash's channel and D.O.C Gaming if you want. If you have any topics that you want me to cover, feel free to throw them in the comments below. I'll be happy to consider them. This is S&G. I just talk about things and then I get off on a random tangent. So it's not like this. I'll have topics, but I just talk about whatever for the most part. And it's a lot easier when I have someone to bounce off of, which is why I'm really happy Planetary came by. And maybe I'll talk about D.O.C Gaming again sometime, and I'll do that with Kaltuna, because I know she has some thoughts and things. So, yeah, I think that'll be it for tonight. You guys are cool. You guys stay safe. You guys don't let anyone drive you crazy. Again, feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And always remember, you have potential.